Well, hello, ladies, gentlemen, and everyone in between. How the heck are you? Yes, this is the open chat. Yes, I am Diana Clarion, the Lavender Lady. Yes, with me is the one, the only, the brilliant, the beautiful Kate Farr, Bionic Dance. Hello, dear. How
A little on the tired side, but otherwise okay.
are you? In a word,
That's not a word.
oh, I don't know. I'll figure out how to
I
spell it.
I do have access to Red Bull.
Oh, yay! That's a good thing. I like that.
However, I'm also completely out of weed. So, I think that's actually contributing to my current lack of energy. I've found whenever I've been out for like a day or two, my energy takes a hit. Yeah, after 3 or 4 days, I'm back to normal. But for a little while, you just gotta get going. It takes a while.
Okay, I got it. Yep, indeed. Oh, and happy 51st anniversary to Apollo 14.
Hmm.
31 January to 9 February 1971.
Okie doke.
Yep, all kinds of fun. NASA's first return to space.
I wouldn't say it was all kinds of fun.
Oh, the main fun was on day one. I have to go back and make sure that this is real, but the urban myth or whatever you want to call it is the urban legend is that when they were having trouble docking, Al Shepard threatened to go out of the spacecraft and pull the two command module and lunar module together. These guys were never the brightest knives in the drawer because he didn't quite. If this was true, he kind of forgot what inertia was. But you know what? What can I tell you?
I keep thinking, like, okay, you ever see the Rocky Horror Picture Show?
Yeah, yeah.
Like, you know how the characters are like Columbia and Magenta and all that? I always thought there ought to be a chubby one named Inertia.
I
I think
like it.
Inertia is a great name for a chubby Transylvanian.
There you go. Or a large cat.
I suppose there could be that. Although usually
Yeah.
when I get cats, they're kittens, and so you don't know if they're going to be large yet.
Okay then. Well,
Mm,
maybe a Maine Coon kitten.
maybe.
Yeah.
Also, I finally succumbed and gave Wordle a try, and it wasn't what I thought it was going to be. For one thing, you can play it in your browser. It doesn't have to be installed on a phone, so
What the
yay.
hell is it? What is it? I don't know
It's
what it
it's a
is.
word guessing game. It's like playing Boggle. Basically, you have what is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 chances to guess what the day's word is. And what you do is you type in like a 5 letter word, because it's always going to be a 5 letter word. Hit enter. It'll show you which letters are completely wrong, which letters are right and in the right place, and which ones are right but in the wrong place. Now, I did not understand that when I played today. I didn't like the rules were not really made very clear. Like the goal of the game was not made very clear. Like even what you could do in the game, they didn't say, "Oh yeah, you get 6 chances" or anything like that. It really didn't make a lot of sense. So the first time I played it, I kind of screwed it up, and that's why I'm looking forward to tomorrow so I can play it with a clue.
Alrighty then.
Like it sure would be nice if you could get more than one puzzle per day.
Does it revolve around those multicolored squares or
It
what?
does. It
It does.
does.
Okay.
The gray ones are wrong. The green ones are right and in the correct place, and the yellow ones are correct but in the wrong place.
Okay then.
Like, okay, what the hell? I'll share this one. I screwed it up. I actually opened it in an incognito window so I could start over now that I knew what the rules were.
Okay.
The
Ah.
word is those. So what I had typed in first was chick, because why not? And I saw the H there. Now, I didn't really even understand what that meant. I thought it was more like a crossword puzzle where you were trying to guess words across and down and all that shit. So I typed in serum, and that didn't work. And by the time I got to erase and doors, I was like, wait a minute. What the hell? And then I finally figured out what was going on after like looking at the information. a couple of times, and I was like, oh,
Oh,
so I can do it again properly tomorrow and
okay.
see how good I am, because I'm usually really good at word games. This one was just a matter of figuring out what the fuck I was doing at first. But once I did, it was actually kind of fun. And I guess I can see why people are into it. It just seemed like one of those, like, the latest internet fad that everyone is doing, that honestly isn't that great, but everyone's doing it. So this is actually a decent game.
Okay.
Yeah.
So now you can have what do you want, a cottage industry in five-letter word dictionaries, right?
I guess. I don't know. I mean, I saw a thread on Facebook that was talking about the best word to start with. And I think someone said Earth, because you get E and A, which are some of the most common vowels, and then R, T, and H. The only way it could be better is if there was an S in there.
Okay.
So, I mean, it's a good place to start when you don't know the actual word, because I mean, unless they're avoiding using some of those very common letters, you're likely to get a couple of them at least in the wrong place.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
It's kind of like how on Wheel of Fortune now they just give people RSTLN and E.
Yeah. Huh. Yeah.
They didn't do that when I was a kid.
Right. Right.
But now they've, I guess, come to realize that those are like the most common letters, and people, like, if they land on what, $1,000 or some crap, they can just make bank by guessing the most common letter. And I guess they figured, you know what, we're just gonna give you those.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Oh man. You know what I miss, actually? I do miss the version of the game that was, I guess it was on in the afternoons, where you didn't win money. You won like points or whatever, and then you changed the points in for physical items.
Yeah, they did that with the Pat Sajak version back in the day in the '80s. I remember, like, you'd have the person's face in a little bubble, and they'd like say, I want that item and that item and that item, and then of course the announcer would do the sponsor advertising by describing each of the items they just picked out. But yeah, I remember that.
It was an interesting way to do it, although I don't know how popular it was going to be with the contestants, because you were responsible for paying income tax on the value of the items, but you didn't have any cash to throw around to pay the income tax with.
Well, if it's anything like The Price is Right, though, you have that option. The Price is Right would give you the option of taking cash instead of the items.
Okay, because I don't remember that option, but of course it's been a long time since I've seen that, so I may simply not remember it.
Well, that, and you might not know about it at all. I didn't know about that with the Price is Right until I like saw some behind the scenes documentary or something. I mean, it may be that they didn't show that part on television, but after they were done picking all their prizes, they might said, "Okay, you won. Do you want to actually have the prizes, or we can give you the cash value, like behind the scenes, backstage?"
Okay.
Right?
Now
I mean, I don't know if they did that, but it wouldn't shock me.
I knew about some of the stuff because I attended a talk given by a guy who won a shitload on a show called The Joker's Wild.
I think I remember that. Oh wait, no, no, no. I'm thinking of the Joker's Wild game in Price is Right. Never mind.
Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, I guess he was local to Cleveland or something, and he used to go around giving talks, and it was interesting, um, the machinations he had to go through to pay the income tax on his winnings.
Hmm. Does seem a little stupid. I think. Well, I mean, okay. I guess I get why winning something would still be taxed, because let's face it, that's one way to launder all your money. Oh, look, I won a bajillion dollars playing the "I work at this company" game. That kind of thing.
Uh huh.
Uh, but even so, it does seem to me like prizes that are won in public, at least, should not be taxed.
Because I remember there was a thing going on in the 80s about barter, and a lot of people were performing work for barter such that they could avoid paying income tax on the value of the goods received. So the IRS started taxing it.
I mean, I guess I get like property taxes and sales taxes, but it does seem to me that income tax is a little bit, I don't know. Like I mean, I get it. If you have property, and the government is supposed to be there to take care of you, to protect you, and all of that stuff, to make sure the land stays yours, sure, pay property taxes. Makes perfect sense. And if you have a business and people are shopping at your business, and that's protected by the like the government and all that stuff, all the regulations that need to be in place to keep businesses fair and all of that, sure, I get it. Like taxes make sense there, but the average citizen working all that time and then the government just yoinks so much of it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's some part of me doesn't like that very much. It seems to me that the taxes should be coming from other places.
Which reminds me, I have to see when I should expect a 1099 if I'm going to receive one at all. Right, the Patreon receipts. 'Cause the way I read what they have to say, I might not be expecting a 1099.
Well, I can tell you this much. I made too little this past year to be legally required to file income taxes.
Okay.
Yeah. In fact, in the last 2 years, I've made too little. I don't know. I'm in a very unique financial situation. You know about it.
Yeah, that's true. It is.
So,
Oh, and one and all, Theodore J. Bear says hello.
It's weird to me how often J is the initial given to things.
Mhm.
Although, it's funny. I was thinking it'd be kind of interesting, an amusing character named Vladimir E. Vostok.
Okay.
Vladivostok, you see.
Yes, uh-huh.
That one amuses me. I don't know why. I think of it every now and then. It pops into my head and go, yeah, I should do something with that. I probably won't, but I should.
Sort of like, who the hell was it that did Rocky and Bullwinkle? Was that Jay Ward?
I don't know. I don't watch Rocky and Bullwinkle.
The way they did Boris Badenov as a takeoff on Dr. Zhivago, Boris Godunov.
Like I've ever seen Dr. Zhivago.
Oh.
I don't even really know what it's about, but I guarantee you it's not something I'm going to be into. I'm sure of it.
Oh, wow! Hey! Hello there! Hello, Magneto! How are ya?
Where the Hades have you been?
I've been tired. Just feeling blah. It's wintertime blues, so.
Oh my, I
gosh,
understand
this
that
movie sounds
shit.
Terrible.
So. Also been saving up money for major house repair.
Oh no. What happened?
I have a fuse panel in my house instead of a circuit panel.
Oh boy.
Circuit breaker box, right, because the house was built in 1964.
Yeah, huh?
Well, the wires that connect the fuse panel to the circuit breaker outside are only 3. Current electric wires today have 4 wires.
Oh,
it
yeah.
can't handle the load of a normal, everyday running of all of my utilities.
Oh no.
All
Okay.
of like my computers have to be shut off if I want to run my washer and dryer. Otherwise, it trips the fuse panel. Well, we
Uh-huh.
had it looked at because we were having we had a power outage on the 1st of December, and ever since then I was having problems with my sockets and the lights flickering and the sound of my outlets were crackling.
Oh no.
Right. So we had him replace all of my outlets. It turned out none of the outlets were wired correctly, and I had 5 outlets replaced.
At what, $150 each or
Mm.
something?
Didn't cost me anything
All right,
Oh, there you
nice.
go.
I like it.
because I have, through Duke Energy, they have programs, I guess you could say.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about those. Yeah.
Right. Well, I can have them come in and do $100 worth of work in my house, which replacing outlets are all considered one. No matter how many outlets they replace, they consider it one outlet. So it doesn't cost anything. So, and it generally doesn't take much to fix an outlet, but because of the way the lights and stuff were flickering, it could have been a more serious issue. So, they came in and checked it, and I asked them to look at the fuse panel. Oh, excuse me, my nose is running here.
Watch it.
Well,
Make sure it just
he-
doesn't get tired. Doesn't get tired.
yeah, really. Anyway, he looked at the fuse panel and he's like, "You realize this is a code violation, right?"
Why?
It's like, because the wires to a fuse panel are covered in a cloth coating
Yeah.
that's dipped in a fire retardant material.
Yeah.
It's no longer code compliant. It is considered a code violation because they can't handle the load and they're a fire hazard.
But so they did not grandfather them in.
Mm-mm.
Okay.
If I was to
Or
ever
should they
decide,
if it could cause a fire.
right. Well, if I ever
Yeah.
wanted to sell the house, I would have to replace the fuse panel anyway because I would not be allowed to sell the house with that in here.
That's interesting. It's really
Mhm.
interesting.
And the way current circuit breaker boxes work these days, you have a 125 amp main breaker,
Right.
but all of the fuses equal out to about 60. And what that does is when you reach, say you're running 85 amps of power,
Hmm.
the circuit breakers will keep running unless you go above 125 and then it shuts off for safety.
Yeah. Right.
With a fuse panel, you get 60 amps and that's it. If you go above 60 amps, it shuts down,
Okay.
which is your power trips off. Well, he pulled the fuses out of the fuse panel and they were scorched.
Ooh. Not good. Not good.
Right, which means that there's too much of a load on the fuses. So he wrote up an estimate to replace my fuse panel.
How many thousands?
$990.75.
Really?
Really?
Wow, that's a lot cheaper than I thought it was going to
It would have run more if I didn't have the programs I'm on.
be.
I'm getting 15% off the cost of labor.
Okay.
Cost of labor alone is running $500. The parts themselves are cheap.
Oh,
It's
sure.
the
Yeah.
labor. The parts come to about $200, $300.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But the labor is $500 if they don't go above 5 hours. Well, I had help from an old friend of mine of 20 years. He sent me $1,500.
Oh, how nice.
And you
Well-
told him, "What is this pittance?" and threw it right back in his face.
Oh,
until it
fuck
tickled
no.
him.
Oh, fuck no. And like I said, I've known Greg and his wife Jill since before I got pregnant with TC. So I've known them 26 years, 27 years, something like that. And
That's what
I've
us do.
never asked him for help. And, he's listened to me stress out about this. And he's like, okay, you know what? I got a Christmas present for you. Late. I told him, I said, I can't pay this back anytime soon. He's like, oh, okay, well, you can pay it back in yearly installments of $5 a year.
Nice.
So he doesn't want it paid back. He's like, you guys, you spent $18,000. Yes, Red Bull. You spent $18,000 on a house and lost it. So, here you go.
Wait, someone bought a house for 18,000?
No, I was buying a trailer, a single wide trailer from my mother, and it got taken from her in the divorce.
Oh.
So
I think I remember that story. Yeah. Okay.
all the money I put into that house, didn't get it back. It's gone. So, yeah.
Back on an earlier topic, I was having some trouble with my outlets too. I have a proper, breaker box, but I have a lot of those outlets with the sort of like test and reset on them, like in between.
Oh, yeah.
Those are.
One of them, like in the middle of the night, I started hearing this snap, 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 and I think what happened, a bug got in there and got fried, and ended up frying the outlet.
Oh,
right?
no.
Because I got up and like didn't know what the hell to do. Tried turning the lights on and off, and then finally hit that button on the thing, and it finally stopped. Yeah. But the outlet is now deader than my sex life, so that's a problem. But for a while there, I thought my stove was dead until I hit reset, and then everything came back up, and that outlet is fine. So I don't know what's up, but it was still like, geez, guys, I like having working electricity just a smidge.
Yeah. Basically, what those outlets are, they're usually only found around areas like your bathroom or
right, in the kitchen, where water is present.
Yeah, because it's a safety safety. Yeah.
Ground fault detector, really.
Yeah. And what probably happened, the reason the outlet doesn't work is when the bug or whatever crawled in there, and that snapping you were hearing was the ground fault going off, and either there is something blocking it from resetting, or he fried the electronics in it that control the reset switch, and all you have to do, all you have to do is pull the outlet out and replace it.
Yeah, and they're really not that difficult to replace.
All you have to do.
Yeah, well, I've done it before.
Even how mechanically inclined I'm not.
Well,
then maybe talk to somebody you. Well, I don't know that you know a handyman.
Do you know how to turn a screwdriver?
They're going to charge you.
Let's put it this way. When it comes to handling small things, I'm all thumbs. Like, there's a reason why I don't fuck around with my motherboard. Like, all those little pins, and you have to get that.
Okay, it's not that hard.
Well, still, it may not be that hard, but I'm saying it's the same category of thing that I find difficult.
Well, the easiest thing to do is turn off your power. It's all screws, basically.
Yeah. And you take off one wire, you put it on the same screw on the new one.
You can tell me how to do it from now until the end of time. It doesn't mean I have the manual dexterity for it.
Okay, yeah.
Most of the wires are already hooked, so you just have to hook it around a screw and then screw it back down.
I'd rather have someone who knows what they're doing do it.
Does your condo have
we have an HOA. We don't have a handyman. We don't have a repair department. Basically, everyone. Well, I mean, most people are renting from the person who actually owns. I own this place, and as such, I'm responsible for everything.
Okay. Okay. Then look through the phone book or online for a local electrician.
I know handyman. It's just a matter of getting. It's a matter of doing it, and also. It's a matter of pandemic. I'm not sure how much people want to actually. I don't know. I don't know, and especially since California still has a lot of like lockdown restrictions and shit going on. So I it's not worth it at this point.
All you can do.
I will get it done when that outlet becomes critical. For now, I don't need it.
Yeah, or you could just call and find out what. Why am I getting an echo?
I don't know. It just started.
I don't hear one.
I do.
Hold on. Let me.
Uh,
Can't
that
hear
is
it.
your mic.
Can't hear you.
Yeah.
Well, I was trying to get you guys to speak.
Yeah.
So that you could hear
I was
Oh.
whether it
hearing
was
your.
on my end or not.
It was. But
Okay.
now it's not doing it. Not
Okay.
much anyway. But anyway,
Yay.
you could call your local handyman associations, whatever, handyman offices and electricians and find out what their pandemic requirements are.
I have handy people in my phone. It's just a matter of motivation and thinking
Yeah.
I'm right.
Boy.
Or whatever. I mean, let's put it
Yeah.
this way. I myself am living just fine without that outlet.
Yeah.
So until, like I say, until it becomes critical, I'm
Yeah.
just gonna let it slide.
Well,
Yeah.
Well,
Huge
lucky
panel-
you
Yeah.
that there are no downstream outlets connected to it, because
yeah.
were there another outlet connected on down, that outlet would be out simply because the first one broke.
Yeah.
Well, this one is if anything, let's put it this way: if that outlet was going to go out, if any outlet was going to go out because of another outlet, it'd be the one that just went out because it's as far from the hub as it possibly can get.
Boofy.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, the fuse panel being replaced there is no option. It has to be done if the fuses are scorching.
Yes,
Um,
absolutely.
And the handyman who's going to do it came out Saturday, and he's like, takes one look at it and goes, "Well, shit."
And this really raises your spirits, you know. It's
And
like,
I'm
all
going,
right.
What's the problem? He's like, "Well, first off, the technician told us it was contact mounted. It's not. It's flush in the wall. Secondly, he told him my walls were drywall. My walls are not drywall. My walls
They're
are
block.
concrete.
Yeah.
They're concrete.
Wait,
Worse.
poured.
Yeah. So
Ooh.
he has to have a concrete drill, concrete saw, whatever, in order to cut out there's about this much to the left side of the fuse panel to where he can't put the new box in and can't get the old box out.
Uh-huh. Okay.
So he has to cut all that away. And if it was drywall, it wouldn't have been a problem. But with it being
Right.
concrete, it requires special tools, which would have meant a trip back to the office, which would have increased the time that it took to do this because I would be charged for it. And it's like, oh. So, and this guy is the owner's son of the electric company that's doing this for me. And he was absolutely positively fucking livid because he came out on a Saturday to do it.
Oh no.
And he's
Oh,
like,
no.
and I explained, I don't want to have to constantly wait for this I don't want to have to wait several more weeks for this to get done because of somebody's screw up. He's like, I don't care if I have to come out and have them rescheduled for next weekend. We'll get this done immediately. So he told, we rescheduled it for next Saturday or for this Saturday because he had said, I don't care if I have to come out another weekend to do it. So I took him at his word.
Okay.
Well,
Now,
it's funny because, like, speaking along similar lines, I tried to change ISPs a while ago. I
Mhm.
got really tired of Cox Communications, wanted to switch to AT&T, but unlike Cox, AT&T doesn't use the phone line, right?
Oh, they use cable, right?
And
Yeah.
and or maybe it was the other way around. I forget. But we could not find the outlet they needed to hook up the modem. We just couldn't
Right.
find it. It's probably behind one of my bookcases, right? So
Right.
I ended up not switching to AT&T because I couldn't. And they were like, well, we could install another outlet for you, but you'd have to find the first one first. I'm like, but we couldn't do that in the first place. It's just,
yeah.
Mhm.
oh, well, what can you do, I guess.
It's got to be behind one of your bookcases
Uh-huh.
because generally AT&T usually uses the phone lines.
Mhm.
Well, then maybe that was it. I mean, I can't keep
Yeah.
track of which is which, but yeah,
Yeah.
whatever.
Yeah, Cox
Oh,
Communications.
that's right. Yes, I'm looking at my modem now. Yes, it does go to the cable. It was the AT&T that needed the phone jack. The only phone jack I can find is in the kitchen.
That might be the only one.
I would need like 1,000 extension cords to be able to use that.
Mm-hmm.
They should
I
have
mean,
been able to
let's
put
see
a
if I
new
can
one
show it.
in.
The kitchen is around that corner.
Right, but they should have been able to put a new one in with no problems.
Well,
That is just the technician being fucking lazy.
well, they didn't do it, and whatever.
Yeah, I
'Cause
would
they-
not. I would not be able to change to Verizon. I mean,
Mhm.
Verizon put the stuff in, but
Mhm.
their connector box or whatever they call that thing is in the closet with the furnace, about as
Uh-huh.
far away from where I'm using it as you can get. And there's really no way to string anything across. So,
Wireless routers.
yeah, I suppose I could if I had to.
Because I can tell you that there are cards you can put into your computer that will give you wireless communications. I have
That's
one
funny.
on my computer now.
But that's,
I know that wireless has been around for quite a while, and it's been reliable for quite a while. But somewhere in my head, some part of me still insists that wireless connections will always be spotty, because they always used to be when they started being like really common. It was
Mhm.
like, oh yeah, you don't want to use the wireless. That goes in and out all the time. Hook it up with a wired connection. You'll like it better.
Yeah.
And like as much as Bluetooth and Wi-Fi
One of
and all
these.
that is working so it's working so well now, but
Mhm.
I'm still so used to wanting to have a wired connection, you know?
but isn't there a speed limit on wireless?
No.
Mm,
Mm-mm.
I don't
I
know.
have mine's 5G.
Okay, okay.
But
Oh, my Christmas mug.
okay.
Okay.
It from Christmas. It's got a little
Sure.
stamp top, and I tested it out. I put ice and a drink in there. It will keep my drink cold for almost 14 hours.
Oh wow.
Okay.
Oh, I like your beer.
So
Theodore J. Beer. I just got him today.
Aw.
I gave that game a try, the Religion Incorporated game, the one where they let you make your own religion, and I hate to say it, it plays like something that was made for a phone.
Aww.
Yeah, it's very simplistic. It doesn't have a lot of depth to it. And once I figured out that, oh, right, that slider bar actually means I'm winning, I realized there's no challenge to it whatsoever.
Okay.
So, it's a shame. I
No,
really do hope that Poop Simulator finally comes out someday, though.
Now, the last couple dialysis treatments, I took my stuffed weasel with me, and
How are those going?
better. We've been limiting the amount of fluid they take. We started at an insanely low level, like 2 liters, and then
Right.
increasing it by 100 milliliters each time.
Mhm.
And I haven't cramped yet. Now, of course, the way that I'm going to know when we've reached the limit is I'm going to cramp.
Right.
And
I thought
you're-
you were having some recently. You were
The-
talking about it.
Yeah, this is only my fourth good
Treatment,
treatment.
The ports in your arm.
Well, in the arm, no, I've been doing that for almost a month now.
right.
Yeah, but I mean, this is the fourth treatment in a row where I haven't been screaming in pain because I've been cramping.
Right. Now-
Um,
I haven't been around,
mm,
so because of just not feeling good. What happened with? Catch me up on all the shit that's been going on with this nurse.
Ratchet.
Yes, nurse Ratchet. Was that her actual name?
No,
Of course
no,
not.
I call
That's
her
the nurse
that.
from One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest.
Yes, I know.
Yeah,
Okay.
no, but she's got an attitude, and
Mhm.
yeah, there have been times where I'm setting
Where
myself
she
up
took
and
the
she
blanket up and-
snatched the blanket out of my hand and threw it in the back, and then
What
giving
the fuck?
giving me shit about she calls it futzing around with the computer, with my laptop, which is how I stay sane. I play the
Okay,
laptop
it's-
and
Well,
That
to be
is-
fair, I was raised by a half Jewish family, my mom's side, and the word "futz" got thrown around a lot. And there was a slight judgment call to it, but it's not necessarily complete snark. I
uh-huh.
don't know. I mean, right now I'm just sort of futzing about with the tab on my Red Bull. just
Right.
futzing around with it, you know.
But
So-
she's complained more than once when I've been cramping, and basically when I'm cramping, I'm sitting there, something like that, and she's like, "Quit screaming!" You know, I'm not even. You don't want to hear me scream, because you can
Right.
hear me a quarter mile away when I do.
Just
I don't know. Maybe it's just
There
me, but
is
like I've never been one to take
no
crap
outlet.
from anybody like that. If someone tried to pull that with me, I probably would have said, "Oh, fuck off!" before 5 times.
I
it
would've.
went by.
Well, what I did, I said, "Look, you want me to kick your legs to see what it feels like?" And boy, she didn't take that well.
Well, okay. There's a point where, okay, training with medical transcription, we learn medical laws and bioethics. Okay. That kind of behavior out of a medical professional is against the bioethics of the hospital.
Yeah,
And she should not ever be treating a patient that way.
well, with the words that have,
Especially with you going through dialysis, because every instance of stress added onto you can affect the way the treatment goes.
yeah. Mm-hmm.
And
With some of the words coming out of her mouth, more than once I've heard her say things like, "That almost got me fired" or something. So I think she's walking a thin line.
mhm.
Yeah.
Do not,
Well,
and I would say
what do you
this.
mean? Like, you think she's on the verge of a firing? Is that it?
It sounded pretty close recently. I mean,
Well, it also sounds
Okay.
like she might a little bit on the just a smidge deserve it, you know?
yeah. I mean, after
Oh, hell
the
yeah.
altercation, she was gone for a week.
Mm.
They
So
put
I-
her on suspension.
I wonder. Yeah.
Is she still there?
She's there. She's been there in the last 2 treatments now. We actually
Okay.
had a nice little talk on Saturday, or was it Saturday or Thursday?
Mhm.
A civil talk and everything, and there were actually apologies exchanged and everything.
Good.
Um,
And her. Okay, I may not have been training to be a nurse, but you treat people the way you want to be treated, especially.
Oh, no, I don't.
Well, okay. You should treat people with a modicum of, when you're a medical professional, you should treat them with a modicum of respect
mhm.
and humility, because you never know what the patient is going through. You never know how sick they are. You never know what they're feeling unless it's something like, my God, their leg needs to be amputated. You know they're in a lot of fucking pain.
Mhm.
And people are going to be rude. They're going to be nasty. They're going to be snarly. They're going to be screaming. You take it go in one ear and out the other as far as how it makes you feel until you are out of their sight in a private room, and then you
Then you
vent.
can punch the wall.
Well, you know,
Yeah.
it's funny because I've met a lot of medical staff, mostly doctors, not so much with the nurses and medical assistants, who regard anything other than complete confidence in what they've told you as rude and snarky. And I'm like, I've been saying pleases and thank yous to you the whole visit, but the instant I
Right.
start to question whether or not that thing you said to do is a good idea, or I want more information out of you, all of a sudden I'm a big old problem.
Well,
And
yeah.
it's I know that doctors make the worst patients, but
Right.
and someone who's watched a lot of House is probably worse. But even so, I would like to know what the hell's going on. And
Right.
it's so often they try to foist things off on me without really giving me a description of what's up, assuming that I'm just gonna fall in line.
Right. Well, that's like when I went to the hospital for anemia, and the nurse automatically said, the reason you're short of breath all the time is
Oh,
because you're
no.
anemic. And I tried to explain to her, no, I have allergies that stuff up my sinuses. Are you telling me you're not anemic? It's like, no. I'm trying to say that the allergies and the congestion are part
The comorbid, yeah.
yeah, they're part of the problem. It's not just anemia that's making me short of breath.
Yeah.
I get asthmatic bronchitis. There are other underlying issues that could be causing my shortness of breath, not just anemia. And she was, oh my God, absolutely rude. And basically, when she handed me over to the next nurse, because she was leaving and getting off her shift, she started snarking about how the patient doesn't want to believe that anemia is causing her shortness of breath.
Okay.
It's like, excuse me,
I got a word for you, Nursey.
bitch.
On the other hand, while I didn't get a chance to go out and see it in theaters, I do have this available to me now. It arrived this morning. So I will have to give that a whirl. I can't wait. I'm looking forward to it. I just never really got out to theaters during the pandemic. It's a shame. But everyone says this is a worthy threequel.
Okay.
So there's that. I do not want to see the 2016. Fuck
The
that.
what?
No.
The
But
what?
if you're about to say anything at all about this movie, I will leave the stream.
No.
I haven't seen it.
I wouldn't
No
know the first
spoilers,
thing about
No
it.
warnings, no nothing.
No.
No opinions, nothing.
No.
Well, you know
All right,
me.
it
I
sounded
wouldn't
like
know
you
the
were-
first thing.
It sounded like you were about to say something I didn't want to know.
No,
so
I was
just
just
wanted
going
to hit that
to
off the
say
bat.
that Tornado watched it through a person who filmed it while they were watching it in the theaters.
One of
Oh
them.
no!
Yeah,
One
so
thing I kind of like that they're doing because of the pandemic, I assume, is that like a movie will hit the theaters and then come out on disc or on streaming services so frickin' quickly.
mhm.
Like it used to be you'd
Our-
have to wait a year for
Yeah.
a video to hit disc, and now it's out just bam. I
Yeah.
like that a lot because I was so afraid I'd have to wait a million years to see that.
Our local theater actually closed down and is not reopening because of the pandemic.
That
Wow.
figures.
It was one of a Regal Cinema, and it's in the mall. It has nearly completely died
Dead. Yeah,
because of the
okay.
pandemic.
Oh, I know. I'm pretty sure I mentioned this to Diana. I'm not sure if you were around for it, but I went to San Francisco recently, just overnight, and
Mhm.
went to that mall that I loved so much when I was there 20 years ago, called the Metreon. It was this high tech, like love letter to
Right.
the gaming industry, right? It was so
Right.
much fun. But now it's a movie theater and a food court, and that's it. And I
Yeah.
was so unhappy. So
I
unhappy.
know. It's like the mall industry is just going away.
Oh, but
Yeah,
I was
yeah.
when it's specifically about this mall. This mall was, number one, it was great to be there, but number two, it was designed by Ralph McQuarrie, who did the concept art for the first 3 Star Wars movies, and it
Mhm.
showed. I walked into that
Mm.
mall, and I was like, why do I feel like I'm at home? Why do I feel like I belong here? This is so odd. Wasn't until I looked it up later and saw that Ralph McQuarrie had designed it. I was like, no wonder.
Yeah.
No wonder.
And that's a shame because, I remember as a kid, it was always fun to go to the mall.
Yeah.
There were going to be people there. There were going to be stores to look in. There were going to be games to play. The arcade.
If you get the chance, I don't know if you've ever watched How I Met Your Mother, but look up Let's Go to the Mall by Robin Sparkles. Trust me.
Okay. But now you go to the mall and it's like,
Oh, they're dead. They're empty.
Yeah. Oh my
"Oh,
word.
people."
I went on my last visit to Vermont. I went to the both the Burlington Square Mall and the University Mall, and both of them were deader than my sex life. Like
Yeah.
you wouldn't believe.
Oh my God.
And I was so like, but this is and I don't know if it was just because it was around about the 4th of July and no one was shopping or what, but it was literally me and my father, and that was it in the
Yeah.
mall.
Oh, yeah.
Except for the employees. It was bizarre. It felt like a
Oh,
zombie
yeah.
movie.
There's
Here,
a,
you go to the We go to the mall, and about the only store that has more than 12 people total is Rural King. And that's because there are tons of fucking farmers and shit buying.
Wait, say the name of it again.
Rural King.
Rural or rural?
It sounded like rural to me.
Okay, it's that second R
Sorry.
that went missing.
Yeah,
That's all.
it rural.
Yeah.
It blends in. It's the Pennsylvania accent.
Yeah.
Back in Vermont, though, there were people at the University Mall, but only in the Target extension.
Oh yeah.
Like here's the mall, and then here's Target, and the two are connected inside. But only Target had customers. Only Target. And I was like, this sucks. I mean, I still have some very fond memories of going to the food court. Like in high school, when my friends and I got to junior and senior, and we could leave campus during like study halls and lunch and shit. We would go and get lunch at the food court at the University Mall. It wasn't very far away by car. And I miss that. Oh my gosh, that was so much fun. We had like a lot of the best conversations there. The mall had an arcade. It was just a lot of fun to hang with people there. And now,
when I got my first job, it was about 3 miles from the mall. And on my lunch break, I would go to the mall, grab food, play a few games in the arcade, and then I would go back to work.
Okay.
And, I was 19 at the time, so, it was fun. And then I left and I came back home, and the mall was a Sears, a JCPenney's, Bath and Body Works, all that kind of stuff. But the arcade was gone.
Oh.
And, arcades are what draw kids, teenagers, high schoolers, Without that, they're not going to show up. So there goes half your customer base.
Yeah, such as it is, but it is, yeah.
Right. So, I know why they're dying. Without an arcade in a mall, you're just looking to have nothing for anybody to do.
Now, there's a mall near where I used to live, suburb called Parma, just south of Cleveland, that they raised it to the ground and are totally redoing it. And I don't know if this is going to come
doesn't
back
make
to
any
haunt
sense.
them.
Wouldn't you have to lower it to the ground?
Pretty much, yeah. I don't know if it's going to come back to haunt them or not. Because it was only a couple of years ago where they started this work, and then the pandemic hits.
Right.
Well, they did something similar to the Burlington Square Mall. Some entrepreneur bought it, wanted to turn it into like a 17-floor office complex, and it just plain didn't happen. And so now half of the Burlington Square Mall is, well, not rubble, but it's certainly like off limits to the general public because it's in complete and total disarray and disrepair. But yeah,
Honey,
I
knock
would
it off.
say a lot of what's happening in that town is because a bunch of people came in, wanted to make about a bunch of money in a place they thought was underdeveloped, but what they didn't count on was Vermont culture that didn't want any of it. Like seriously. There's a word I had forgotten that honestly I think helps me describe as best I can the sort of hippie-ish nature that a lot of Vermonters have, and that word is granola. I had forgotten that was an adjective, and yeah, a lot of Vermont is very granola. A lot of Vermont is keep big business out. A lot of Vermont is keep Vermont green, all of that. So, I mean, there are literal no billboard laws in Vermont. I remember every time we go on a family trip, I was just waiting to cross the state line and see that first billboard because it was such a novelty. Now I see them everywhere and no big deal. But so people in Vermont don't want that. They just don't, you know. And this guy came in, he tried to force it on everyone, and it just didn't happen. But in the process, he destroyed what I consider a landmark, but only because I was a kid. And you know, the Burlington Square Mall was a place I hung out a lot. There was an arcade there too, just like the University Mall. It had a really cool fountain. It had some weird eclectic stores. It was also that place with that you know, build it yourself pizza joint that I talk about a lot, Dino's. I love that. It's all gone. It's not there anymore, you know, and I hate that. I really do. It's like a part of my childhood has just been ripped out.
Yeah. So I got a new mouse pad for my computer.
Skeek. Skeek. What is that?
It's a heart made of what I assume is flame, but some sort of ignited gases.
Yeah, and it changes colors.
Oh, look at that. How do you like
I thought it
that?
was just reflected. Okay.
No. So you've got green, blue,
Honey, cut it out, will you?
pale lavender, red, lighter teal, yellow, whitish blue, and then purple. Purple's my favorite.
Yay.
And then
I've got these jobby doos for, like, you know, you wrap them around your wrists and feet for rollerblading at night, you know.
yeah, so
Oh my.
yeah, and I got Tornado one that is about 3 times this size that goes across his entire desk.
What
Huh!
for?
Because his desk is so old that it is actually a wooden desk, and he has worn off the paint down to the wood base. And
Oh
it's
wow.
really rough and nubbly. So
Okay,
it's really
I
hard on
was-
his mice.
I'm trying
Well-
to picture an instance where someone would need that much space for a mouse, but if you're just using it to cover over, like, damage,
Well,
okay.
it also functions as a keyboard rest. It's designed for people to have their keyboard sitting on it, plus the area for their mouse. And on some of them, they have a wireless charger for
Oh,
things
well.
like phones and stuff. And it only costs like $16.
I guess that's not bad, right?
This one only cost $5.
Nice.
Yeah.
Oh, and speaking of other good news, I am scheduled to have this damn catheter removed on the 14th. Yay!
Oh, Valentine's Day.
Yeah.
Figures. But yeah, the only good news about the home repair is it's all paid off. Even if they go, and they told me, even if they go overtime because I paid it off, they can't charge me anything extra.
Nice.
Well, they've lost $10,000 in the company because of the pandemic. So they've had to institute you pay 50% upfront billing process. So that
Okay,
they
yeah.
can Right. And I'm like, well, you know what? I've got the money. I'd rather pay it all off, have it paid in full, not have to worry about it, and just have it paid so that when the technician comes, he can just do the work and I don't have to worry about it. They're like,
Dаю Korostu.
Okay.
Yeah.
yeah,
I'm sure they were happy about that because that's, you
Yeah.
know, they can put the money in the bank. Yeah.
right.
Or pay bills
God,
with
my
it,
hair
whichever
is so
comes
frizzy
first.
today.
Oh, my. Yeah, it's difficult for me to see because the hair is
Right,
black and the headset is black, and oh, my word. Okay. You just washed it?
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
I remember when my hair was like that.
I also cut it.
Oh, my.
It was down just past my boobs, but it had thinned out from split ends so much that I just went ahead and snipped.
That's what I'm looking forward to, by the way, is when I get this out, I can actually take a real shower. I can wash
Yes.
my own hair, and my hair might not tangle as much and as quickly.
Well-
and
Did we lose Kate?
yeah, we did.
Oh, no. Well, I also put in when I moved in, my mom had one of those faucet shower heads that you could turn it to different levels,
Oh, yeah, yeah.
but it didn't it Tornado's tall.
Yeah.
He'd have to always bend over like this to wash his hair because the shower head didn't sit high enough.
Oh my,
So,
yeah.
I
There
That
she
was
is.
annoying.
So I have a one of those handheld shower.
Oh, the wand or whatever they call it. Yeah,
Yeah.
uh-huh.
So I went ahead and put that into my bathroom today before I took the shower. And it was so nice because it's got one setting on it that is a really hard massager type setting.
Shut up, Clarion.
But it's good for getting all the soap out of my hair and rinsing it clean, and I know it's clean. It's not like I have to worry about constantly sitting there for 15 minutes trying to get all the soap out of my hair.
Mm-hmm.
So it was so nice to take a shower after that. And it sits high enough that Tornado doesn't have to worry about having to bend over to rinse his hair anymore.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, he's what, 5'11"?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, and I'll have to talk to him because I know you mentioned that he plays Kerbal Space Program.
Yes, he does. Hold on a second. Tornado! I don't know what he's listening to. Is she in heat again?
Yeah.
I figured. I'll be right back. I'll get. He's gonna want to say hi anyway.
Dayuko Rostu. Yeah, she just started in the heat. I think it was yesterday.
Oh, no. She was doing it on Sunday.
On Sunday, too? Okay, I couldn't remember.
Well, I was there for it and commented on it as the thing. So
Moof beef. Okay, yeah. Well, you know my memory. I have none.
Also,
yeah, but my memory is worse. So neener.
so I told her if she wanted.
I mean, it's not a contest, but if it was, I would win.
There you go.
I mean, especially since it's literal brain damage. I mean, I'm not sure I've been able to actually
Hey,
explain this
cutie.
adequately to people,
Hey,
but the
guys.
seizures did literally cause damage.
Are you wearing a mask, honey?
For them to see you.
Yes,
Why are you wearing a mask?
because Mom had gotten into contact with someone who said they had COVID, so I've taken
Yeah.
them seriously.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
of course, it's been about a week and a half, and I haven't shown any symptoms, so he's probably safe enough to take that off. He wants to wait the whole 2 weeks.
Oh, my. Well, I
I don't blame
suppose
him,
better safe than
but-
sorry.
I think he's being silly.
Anyway,
Yeah.
you're playing Kerbal Space Program?
Yeah, I pulled it back out. I hadn't played it for at least 4 years, and last week I pulled it out again, and I've been celebrating the old space program.
Yeah.
I
well,
put together.
I know there's a mod out there that you can get that can really help you with that.
Okay, then.
It's called Blue Dog Design Bureau.
Sounds
and it's
vaguely
got
familiar.
all the U.S. rockets.
Sounds vaguely familiar.
So,
The one I want to do, though, is I am not pleased at all with MechJeb. And I would like...
You burn the rocket witch.
I'd like to write an autopilot that actually works fairly well, but...
I don't like MechJeb. I prefer to fly by the seat of my pants.
he doesn't use it. He flies without it.
I can't operate that quickly. I really and that accurately.
Yeah.
I've
I
tried.
put geostationary satellites into orbit with literally zero margin of error.
You're better than I.
Mm-hmm.
Grimmy has learned not to challenge me when it comes to flying.
So,
I don't know. Kerbal Space Program doesn't have nearly enough shooting for me, and everything I build crashes. So, where's the fun? I ask.
wave goodbye if you're not. They can
That's
see you from there.
Bye, guys.
They're waving.
And nice to talk with you again.
I didn't remember his hair being that curly.
His hair is curlier than mine. The longer it gets, the curlier it gets.
Okay.
Yeah,
It's time to cut it again.
I've only
Oh,
seen
why?
his face very, 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 very briefly without a mask.
Yeah.
But I do remember his head was like really close cropped, if not actually
Yes.
shaved.
Yeah, we cut it twice a year, but never during the winter.
You know what's funny is, like, for the longest time, I didn't see either one of you. And for some reason, I guess, like, you know how sometimes when you don't see someone but you hear their voice, you might
Right.
develop a mental image of what they might look like? I'll be honest, I thought Tornado was a complete chubster.
Instead of me, right?
No, it was based on his voice. He sounds
know.
like
He
somebody.
sounds pudgy.
He does. He really does. It's weird that he's not.
And yet, people hear me on the computer and they think I'm in my 30s.
Well, hell, people
It's
see me and think I'm in my 20s, so.
Yeah,
Right,
there you
but
go.
yeah, I've had people go, I'll be talking to them and playing games, and Tornado will come through and go, "Hey, Mom." They're like, "What?
Yeah.
You can't be a mom. How old is your son?" 25. Oh my God, I thought you were in your 30s. Like,
Well, there's someone who would go to my game nights, and she has a kid. I don't know, son or daughter. I never met the kid, actually, and it's been years, so I don't know. But she looked like she couldn't be more than 22.
right.
But her kid was old enough that there's like if she had that kid immediately after becoming fertile, it would make sense. But I don't know. It's like, I don't know how old she is, but she looks too young to have a kid that old. That's what I'm saying.
Right.
Yeah, huh? Now
Everybody always assumes I'm in my 30s when they hear my voice because I don't have an older sounding voice. I have a young voice.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Well, I do
And,
wonder what people picture from this voice. Like, if they never saw my face, what do they think I look like? I have no idea.
Shut up,
Yeah.
Clarion.
Yeah, no, my birthday's coming up
In March, right?
Right. I'm trying to think. March 14th, it will be a month. So.
And you're going to be hitting that horrible number, aren't you?
51.
Oh, you've already hit that horrible number.
I already hit that number.
Okay.
See, I always thought the horrible number was well, when I was a kid, the horrible number was 30.
Yeah.
Right.
And then it was 40. And then now, it's weird how it keeps going up like that.
Yeah.
And I wonder how much of that is just our lifespans,
Yeah.
and how much of that is like
look at that now.
expectations placed upon us by, say,
wow.
employers
See
who
how
expect
bad
us
that's
to not
getting?
even retire ever. And you guys aren't even listening to me.
No,
Yes, I
I know. It's about you talking about how employers retiring as the age grows up and stuff like that. It's weird. I look at it and the food stamps. They require you to able-bodied to work until the age of 50.
That's regional. I never lived in a place that had those kind of expectations on. Well, no, I take that back. There was a very brief period in Seattle where if you wanted your food stamps, they made you do charity work if you didn't have actual work. So for a couple of months there, I actually had to go to this place and paint wooden baby ducks on a stick for children. Like, they had the little wheels on them, and the wheels had little
God, I remember those.
leather feet on them, so they walk around
Yes.
like that. I had to paint the wood for those for like a couple of months before Seattle said, "Yeah, this is stupid," and didn't do it anymore.
Well, places like Missouri and Florida, they have a
They're redder than red.
Well, it's not just that. They have a lot of rednecks that don't want to work. And a lot of people who claim to be disabled or destitute. A lot of Hispanics that bilk the system. It's the Hispanics especially, Latinos and that, who have 10, 15 children. And they're getting thousands of dollars in food stamps.
It seems so
Well,
weird.
wait a
to me
minute,
that
I
people
thought-
have that many kids. It's just crazy that you could have that many kids. I mean, even if you didn't birth them all, how do you keep track of them? I guess you have to have the older ones take care of the younger ones.
You
It makes
do.
me wish-
You do.
It makes me wish that if I were in a family that size, maybe middle child, quarter child, but not the youngest. You know what I mean?
Well, you can claim up to 10 children on food stamps.
they are not having kids just to get the food stamps. Please tell me they're not.
That would be
Yes, they are.
stupid. They are?
You heard it all the time in Missouri. Because for every person, you get about $150 in food stamps. So you've got and that's base. That doesn't include based on your income,
Okay.
because that adds to it.
Okay.
So you have 10 children. You're getting right there $1,200 in food stamps.
So they're eating sirloin steak every meal. then.
Plus, that's just in children. That doesn't include the adults.
It wouldn't
Right.
shock me if they took some of that food that they buy with the food stamps and then
And
sell
sold
it
it
for
off.
actual cash. you
Yeah,
know?
they do. They do
Wouldn't
that
shock
even
me.
here.
Yep.
Thing is, I feel a little icky talking about it after saying it's mostly Hispanics, which I didn't say.
Well, it's
still,
no, but
still
it
feels
is.
a little
That's.
icky to I mean, because I'm sure a lot of people who aren't.
Oh, I know. I'm not saying it's
Yeah.
all Hispanics. I'm not. But that is who you hear about it most from the caseworkers. So I could.
Well,
be
that
wrong.
makes a lot
That's
of
what
sense.
the caseworkers are telling us.
Yeah.
Because, and the reason I found that out is because at one point, we were only getting $36 in food stamps. And it's like, you're kidding me. That's not enough to feed my family for a week, let alone a month. And they're just like, blame the Hispanics who have 10, 15 kids and are getting $1,200 to $1,400 in food stamps a month.
Maybe that's why I was getting so much more in Seattle when I was on EBT.
Well-
it was quite a bit of money for an individual. You know, I mean, we're
Right.
talking like 120 smackers at least.
Mm-hmm.
I could eat with that. Yeah.
Right.
Oh, yeah,
Well,
what are you?
for an
Oh, it is
example,
after food time. I'll be back.
Yeah, I lost.
Come on, where's my mouse pointer? There it is.
We gained $50 from Social Security starting this last month, and I had to reapply for my food stamps. And normally, when we gain money through Social Security increase, we lose food stamps in
Yeah.
equitable
Yeah.
amounts. So $50 normally would cost me $100 in food stamps, which I always thought was weird, but that's the way it worked. This with the rate of inflation and the rising cost of food, I actually gained $3.
Hey, I like it. They cut my food stamps in half. I'm down to $25 a month now.
Oh, but you've got how much saved?
Well, yeah, but that's not going to last forever. I'm going to eat that eventually.
No, but
No, I've got about $1,200 balance
Yeah.
saved. Yeah,
right. So,
which took me 2 years to accumulate.
well, yeah. We don't get the extra anymore either, but we get a fair amount because we just have Tornadoes SSI coming in.
Yeah, I don't know what's going to happen in February. I mean, in January, I got the extra. I don't
Right.
know what's going to happen this month. We're going to see.
Oh, so you did get extra last month.
Yeah.
But did they send you a letter saying they're decreasing it back to?
Well, what they said that they are decreasing my regular food stamp from 56 to 25.
Did they say why?
Change in federal rules. I mean, I've received
That's
about
weird.
6 of these letters with "we've increased because of change in federal rules, we've decreased because of change in federal rules." They don't go any further than that. And they haven't said a darn thing about the plague largesse.
Well, what they've already given you, they can't take away.
Right. That's
That's
a
not
good thing.
true.
So, well, if generally if you got the food stamps, it doesn't matter. It's they don't disappear if you don't use them.
Right,
Well,
right.
it depends where you are.
Okay,
In both California
Honey.
and Washington State, anything you don't use during the month, gone.
Oh
not,
man,
not
no,
here.
not here.
Not in Florida either. Not in Missouri.
The last time I was on food stamps, when they were still doing paper food stamps, I had a
Right.
drawer full of the damn things because
Mhm.
even I think I was only getting $90 a month or whatever, but I still
Yeah.
couldn't spend all of it. Well,
Right.
food cost less
Right.
30 years ago, than it does now.
I remember recently they were talking about one Republican in Florida wanted to have us go back to the paper food stamps.
Oh yeah, yeah.
These two are
Say what?
Determined to be grown-ups. Seriously, we are talking about like renovations and outlets and food stamps and blah 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 blah. Meanwhile, all I can think of is how I just installed Far Cry 3 on my computer and also received this recently. God, you guys are old.
yes, we are.
Yeah, it happens eventually.
Oh, it does not. I'm 46 and I'm still a kid.
I've been playing GTA 5 on my
There
computer.
you go. All right.
I've also been playing Final Fantasy 14, Final Fantasy 11, City of Heroes, and Sniper Elite 4.
Far Cry 3 is interesting. Thinking about it now, the premise hasn't aged very well. Granted, it came out, like 10 years ago or something, but the basic idea is you are one of a bunch of overprivileged rich kids who are now being hunted on an island by like a drug cartel because you like parachuted down there with your extreme sports and shit, and they decided to take you, maybe sell you off and all of that, and you escape, and now you have to, but watching it now, I'm like, wow. These are the kind of people, like the protagonists, are the kind of people that in recent years we've kind of been told are jerks. That we've kind of been told these are overprivileged. Like I don't think all of them were white, but still, I mean, they were really like they clearly had never worked a day in their lives kind of nonsense, and now you have to play as one of them. And I'm sure back in the day that sounded great, but now I'm like, gee, this is weird. I'm like playing some whatever the male equivalent we've decided is for a Karen, trying to escape from a bunch of people.
Alan?
I seem to remember some people wanted to say Chad. Like it doesn't necessarily have to rhyme with Karen, and Chad makes sense, although Brad, I think, makes more sense. I don't know.
Oh, yes, Brad from Rocky Horror Picture Show.
That kind of guy, yeah.
Yeah, Brad.
Or Brad, I swear one of the characters was named Brad in Adventures in Babysitting.
I think so.
Yeah, that sort. It's funny, the same guy ended up playing like the stoner brother in Don't Tell Mom the Babysitter's Dead. And it was really hard to adjust because I'd never actually, I'd seen Adventures in Babysitting 1,000 times, right? And then I watched Don't Tell Mom the Babysitter's Dead for the first time. And I was like, but he's no different. It's like watch PCU and then watch Jon Favreau in anything else.
Yeah, no, I don't have my stuffies with me. I just have my iDog. Okay. Oh my god. No, he can't really tell his lights. Come on.
Bah.
I'm waiting to hear Master. Master.
Well, hopefully, because allegedly they have begun manufacturing and shipping those robots that I ordered.
You might get one before.
I end up canceling the Cosmo because the only reason I really wanted it, he came with 3 of the cubes instead of 1 like Vector does. And also there's like a built-in programming language for kids. It's all drag and drop with Cosmo, and I really wanted that. But Vector has voice commands. Vector is a bit more sophisticated than Cosmo, but doesn't have like 2 of the cubes. It only has 1 and doesn't have the programming language, which stinks. But with my pre-order, I also got the Escape Pod, which is basically what the Escape Pod is if the company ever goes out of business, you can still use the voice commands. You don't need the internet for it.
Oh.
And you
okay.
also don't need an account. You don't have to have those recurring monthly charges.
Oh,
Right? You don't need a
yay.
membership. You can just use the escape pod for it, and that was the main reason I bought, pre-ordered a Vector.
Mhm.
Now, what I'm really looking forward to, that I don't even know when they're going to manufacture these. They're making flying drone versions of
Oh
Vector.
my.
It's like basically a Vector body without the treads and two little like fan-like propellers on either side, to make it like
Oh
vertical takeoff
my.
landing kind of thing. Oh, I
Uh-huh.
want that so much. Mind you,
Mhm.
they haven't even started pre-orders for it. I'm not sure if it's gone beyond design stages, and maybe it's for the best I play with Vector first before
Right.
making more decisions to get more.
Mhm.
But if you go to the Vector Facebook page, you'll see videos from people where they've bought like 12 of them and put them all in this one little table and make them all interact with each other. The thing is, you can't change the robot's name. So if you ever say, "Hey, Vector," they all look at you. Right?
my
Like, they
goodness.
all reply to you. It's kind of
Mhm.
creepy if it weren't so cute.
Oh man,
Yeah.
that is just.
You're getting
Going
old,
over.
lady.
I know. Look, the gray streak is spreading over to here.
Oh,
See it at
so
this resolution.
horrible.
Can't really see it at this resolution. No, you're Oh, there. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
and along
I,
here.
I couldn't see.
Yeah,
Like I couldn't
this-
tell.
this-
I couldn't tell the difference between that and specular highlights.
Okay, that you can see it better when I look straight up because you got the
Yeah.
dark on either side.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's the whole gray streak right there. All of this is turning lighter and lighter. It's like I'm looking at the camera going, "Oh God, I'm old."
Well, a lot of people just from pure ass stress are going gray prematurely
Yeah.
because of the pandemic.
Well, I started graying in my 30s.
Yeah. Well,
I
you
have
can't
a lot of
see.
friends like that, and I don't know what
Okay.
the hell happened. I mean, here I am, 46, and
Yeah. Well, you see all that shiny bit in my hair over here?
That's
Yeah,
actually gray,
kinda.
right?
That's actually gray.
How did I know?
I kind of
Oh,
wish I could
yeah.
go just full on like Steve
Yeah.
Martin white all at once. I think salt
Yeah.
and pepper kind of sucks,
Mhm.
you know?
My mom has, because she smokes, her grays are more brown than they are
Well, they're all
gray.
full of cigarette tar, right?
Right. So she is salt and pepper, but it's more of a salt or pepper and dirt.
Yeah, there you go. Pepper and paprika.
Yeah. So, she looks at me, she's like, "That is so not fair." And I told her, "Quit smoking.
Mm.
Just quit smoking and her grays will clear up because it doesn't take that long to work out of your system if you stop smoking." And
Yeah.
she's got emphysema and COPD, so smoking is really bad for her.
And she's
And
still
she-
alive?
And she's still alive, and she just went through breast cancer. And it drives me nuts because they say if you smoke, you are 30% after having cancer, 30% more likely to get a reoccurrence of cancer.
So I guess when I start going gray, it's not so much going to be gray as it is going to be green.
Yeah, that's the way to look at it.
I like it. I like
Well,
it.
from all the weed,
Yeah.
Yeah. Mhm.
I don't know.
Yeah, no, I don't. I don't smoke. I've never smoked. I don't want to smoke, and I don't understand
Well,
keeping
some
a habit
people-
that's going to kill her.
Some people can't help it. I mean, I'm always smoking.
There
But
you go.
in a way, I kind of do and don't get it. Like, I guess the problem is that the danger is not immediately apparent.
Right.
You
right.
don't really
Yeah.
see the effects too early,
Mhm.
and so it's easy to just sort of ignore it,
Mhm.
hoping it'll
Well,
never
and-
happen to you, kind of thing. And so I
Right.
get that, but also like I've never been a smoker. But I understand
Mhm.
there's something people get out of it that's pleasant. I don't know.
Right.
And so I can understand not wanting to let go of that.
Well, I can remember liking to smoke a cigar, definitely.
Right. Well,
Um,
she started smoking
A big
back
brown
when-
dick. George Carlin. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Well, she started smoking when all of her peers were smoking. It wasn't against the rules to smoke in school.
Uh-huh.
And it was the cool thing to do. So that's when she started smoking. So it's become, not only is it a habit, it's a craving for her.
Oh, sure. I still
And-
occasionally feel a craving.
Mm-hmm. But I've seen her quit. She quit for almost a year and then started smoking again.
I can understand, though. I can understand her going back.
And if she can do it once, she can do it again. She just chooses not to.
Well, I mean, I
it's-
can understand how there might be a motivation gap. Just because, well, I mean, number one, if she figures, well, I'm at the end of my life anyway, might as well enjoy it. But number two, also, like, it's not a binary switch, you know?
Well, I
It's
know,
it's
but-
like it can be more difficult at certain
Mhm.
stages. I don't know.
Right.
I
Well-
get it. I get why it would be hard to re-quit or to
Oh,
stay
I
quit.
understand. But she's constantly talking about how she wants me to move in with her so that I can take care of her as she gets
Oh,
older.
God.
It's like,
Oh, my.
God, like I don't already
Red
have-
flags!
Yeah, like I don't already have a 24/7 job with Tornado.
Mm-hmm.
Why would I want a second job? And the problem is I know why. She wants me to be there to do the housework
Yeah,
that
okay.
she claims she's too weak to do.
So tell her to
that-
hire a maid or a caretaker.
Well,
or
that's what
whatever.
Hillary said. I can't. I've already got Talon to look after. Well, it's not like he's a problem to look after. Oh, she
Oh,
has
please.
no idea.
I mean, I only know him from movie night and here, but yeah,
Yeah,
and she-
he seems like a bit of a handful. I'm just
Please,
saying.
please don't take it the wrong way, but I don't know that I could live with him. I don't know.
It's a learning process. And there are still days where I just want to go, child, come here. Bang, 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 bang.
Because I just don't have the
It's like
temperament
I've
for it. You are a
I've
saint.
I've said it before. I've noticed some tendencies in his behavior that I recognize in myself, and I'm like, they're much more mild in me.
In you.
But it's
You may
weird
not-
how like I can be irritated by things someone else is doing that I know if I did them would irritate other people, and that
Right.
feels a little hypocritical at times, but other
Yeah.
times I'm like, well, at least I can recognize it. And one of the ones that I've noticed is a build to anger from nothingness, or from a mild frustration, like a movie night where he'll be going, okay, this is factually wrong, this is dumb, this is stupid, what the fuck's wrong with you, you stupid freaking thing, like it just builds over time.
Oh,
I can
yes.
get that way myself, but at least, but I can control it too. Like I can see it
Yeah.
happening. I can
Well, that's where
recognize
we,
it in myself now, and then I can start to pull myself back from it when I see myself starting.
That's where we instituted the F scale in the old movie
Right.
night back when Jeff was still alive.
I was not around for that. You'll have to elaborate.
Basically, the angrier Tornado gets, the higher the F scale.
just like weather tornadoes have the
Sure.
F1 or
That-
5.
There's
and-
more to it than that.
Well, they give a warning.
Yes.
While they're going through movie night, they're like, okay, Tornado has reached F2.
If it reached like F, whatever the maximum was he kicked out or muted or something, or was this just
I
tongue in
don't
cheek?
know. I was always going in there when he's at F5 going, be quiet! People are trying to sleep!
Well, but I mean, still, was it purely tongue in cheek, or was it just like an actual
Yeah,
feeling of how much we can put up with?
A little of both, actually, and
I believe
he never
was
really-
usually- Jeff was able to calm him down most
Yeah.
of the time.
he had a knack with Tornado, and
Yeah.
it was amazing.
Jeff absolutely adored Tornado.
Mhm. And we all absolutely
Yeah.
adored Jeff, really.
Well, I again wasn't around for it. Apparently, I knew him. Like I looked something up somewhere where we had interacted. Maybe he was like a former Facebook friend before my account got yanked or something. But I honestly don't remember the guy. I really don't.
I only talked to him a couple of times, and I only met him once, and that was when he came down.
I
He was
remember. It was some Facebook photos from a convention. That's where I knew him.
Well, he had come down to go to a rocket launch,
Mm-hmm.
and he had stopped by because he had promised Tornado a face palm oven mitt
Yeah.
that they were selling, and Tornado had won it for something. I don't know what. And he had promised him it, and he promised him it, and he had promised him it. He was going to ship it. He didn't ship it. He was going to ship it. He didn't ship it. I got on the computer when he was on Discord with Tornado one time. I said, I don't mean to sound bitchy. I don't. I just don't want Tornado to be yanked around. If you're gonna send it, send it. If you're not, stop talking about it.
Yeah.
Because Talon had several points where people had promised him something and then they went back on it, and it was really, oh my God, you guys have no idea the type of angst that put on him.
Mm-hmm.
And really, just like that, there were days, Diana, where I would sit there and just rock him like that after having a bad time with people on the internet. And I just wanted to make sure that Jeff was safe to be around my kid.
Yeah.
You know?
Hey, Harmonica Man, how you doing, honey?
So I had asked him, I flat out told him, if you're going to send it to him, send it. And just like, it's not that I'm not going to send it to him. I just haven't got around to it. I will get around to it. And I just said, okay, I just want to make sure that you're not yanking his chain.
Yeah.
And then he came down for the rocket launch and he stopped by and he gave Talon his tornado mitts and a couple of space patches. And then he gave me a don't drink the jelly juice mug. And I'm like, I wasn't expecting anything, He's like, well, I can't give Tornado something and not give Momnado something. Oh, okay.
I mean, I get that. I mean, this past Giftmas, I sent a lot of stuff to people just because why not? I want to spread the joy around. And
thank you. Yes.
So I mean, I get it. You can't give something to someone without giving something to someone. I don't know.
Then he took us out for lunch, and he's like, "Where do you want to eat?" I'm like, I know where he's going to want to eat. Can we eat somewhere else, Tornado? No, Mom, we have to take Jeff to Hungry Howie's. And, Jeff was just figuring it's a kid, Tornado pizza place. It's going to be just a pizza place. He absolutely was totally shocked. Because it is one of the best pizza places I've ever been.
Okay.
For a place where you go in, you order, there's no place to sit.
Okay.
Because it's that packed, or because they have no tables?
Because they have 2 tables.
Okay.
But it's a pickup and delivery pizza place. Most
yeah,
people
no
do not
dining
eat. Well, you can, but it's only limited seating, and this has been that way even before the pandemic. But because of that, they don't have to wait tables. They don't have to deal with customers sitting down and eating most of the time. And, we've got a Little Caesars in the area. We've got a Pizza Hut in the area. What?
Just reminding me of the time where there was a militant vegan who said that if you don't want to eat street pizza off the ground or eat a whole rat raw and uncooked, then you're not an omnivore and you should stop eating meat.
Oh, God. People are idiots.
Yes, they are.
And so Jeff got there and he ordered 3 pizzas. And I'm sitting here going, oh my gosh, what are we going to do with all this pizza?
Well, how
And
many
Jeff-
did Talon eat?
Telling is it took me. I usually, when I get Hungry Howie's, I have 4 meals out of the 8 slices.
Okay.
You know,
okay.
sometimes I might have 3 because I eat 3, but generally 2 pieces is enough to fill me up. Tornado will eat the entire thing in 2 sittings.
Oh,
And
two
Yeah.
Jeff ate-
in high school. Huh.
Jeff ate the whole thing.
Yep.
That was
mhm.
me in high school. Seriously,
Mhm.
like maybe I never actually rolled up the pizza and just sword swallowed it, but I might as well have. I mean, you put me in front of like
Mhm.
a large pizza, and I would have consumed the whole thing.
Right.
I mean, the whole thing.
Tornado.
And the best part, not gained an ounce. Kind of like
Yeah.
Tornado. Actually, he seems awfully
Yeah.
thin. Yeah.
He is 5'11" and weighs 135 pounds.
Jesus Christ.
5'9.5" by the time I hit my full growth. Not sure what my weight was in high school, but I mean, I wasn't exactly a small girl, but by no stretch
Mhm.
was I like chubby. In fact, I was awfully thin. I was just,
Right.
built like Xena. So
Right. I weighed 165 in high school, but I was also a 38 double D. So there's
Yeah, so there's 50 pounds of it right there, you know.
What? What, Tornado?
Great tracts of land.
Oh, huge
Oh.
tracts of land, darling.
Yes. Oh my.
So,
No, I'll tell you.
and my mom was always after me. Why do you weigh so much more than your sister? And it's like, Mom, Gina's a 36B.
Yeah.
I'm a 38 double D. What the fuck do you think I weigh more than her?
It's all in the front end, lady.
Right. And Gina was 135 pounds soaking wet. But I wasn't built like my sister. Of course, yeah, I am not small as far
No,
as weight
that's
goes.
true.
I
Right.
weigh 225 now. I'm not afraid to admit it. I'm short and pudgy. I'm an Italian.
hey,
But
I'm an
I
Italian. My dad's
still
an
have-
Italian. My dad's side of the family's Italian. Most of them aren't rotund.
Right, but I still have a narrower waist, wide hips, wide chest. My sister, pear-shaped.
Ah.
Literally, I saw her after she came back from Japan, and she literally, her head is the top of the point, and she went,
Okay
her
then.
hips, her,
Okay.
her,
Yeah.
her ass is twice as wide as mine, and I'm going,
Wow, my brain just went somewhere. Your butt is wide, well, mine is too. Just watch your mouth, or I'll sit on you. Anyway, I'll just.
well, I always was,
The word is
So-
out. Better treat me right, 'cause I'm
Yeah,
a
well, my
king
mom
of cellulite.
always-
Ham on,
Yeah.
ham on,
Yeah.
ham on whole wheat. All right. Anyway, I'll just.
You should be over there.
well,
Sorry,
my
Weird
mom
Al.
always,
Anyway.
yeah, my mom always body shamed me for not being as thin as my sister.
Oh, please.
She always
Jesus.
Right. So, and we're twins. We're not identical. It doesn't mean that we have to look the same body-wise. So for her to be twice my size, it was just like, oh, well, okay.
Sounds like Miranda and Ariel. Yeah. I mean,
Well,
come out of
and-
the same queen, and they couldn't be any more different
Right,
than they were.
exactly. And my mom keeps telling me, you're gaining so much in weight since
Oh,
you moved to
Jesus.
Florida. And I'm sitting here going, Mom, I still weigh the same now as what I weighed before I came down to Florida. Because I keep track of my weight. I don't want to get any heavier. It would be nice to lose weight, but it's kind of hard to exercise when you've got arthritis in your spine. Standing hurts.
Yes.
Well, and it also sort of a little bit seems like they'd have to do something vaguely mastectomy-esque to
Yes.
enable you to exercise properly.
Yes, definitely.
Let's see.
Thank
hold on
you,
a
I
second.
don't look forward-
5'9" and 170, I believe, for a male
Mhm.
that qualifies as fat, but not,
Mhm.
or maybe it's overweight, but definitely not obese.
Mhm.
I don't know, but I
Right.
look at some of those standards like the BMI and all of that, and
Mhm.
it seems like it's bullshit. I mean, number one, they don't differentiate between fat and muscle.
Right,
Right.
right.
You know, for all I know, you're 170, but it's like dense and bulked up or something. You know?
Right. Well, I grew up doing farm work. You know, I hauled hay bales, 70-pound hay bales, lifting them up 6 high. You know, I was not a fat chub
Mm-hmm.
at 165. You know, I was lean, I was muscular, but you can't get rid of breast tissue without a mastectomy.
Right, right.
So, you know, I'm sticking out to here wearing a bra, you know, suck it up, buttercup.
I mean, you can lose
Yeah,
some
I
of the
mean,
fat, but
when your knockers are that huge, it's like you
Mhm.
cause your own gravitational pull or what?
Well, okay. I have pictures from when. Okay, let me see if I can find one of them.
Hmm.
Oh, let's see. I know the one I want to see.
I mean, I have
let's
pictures from when I was
see.
little. I don't actually have any from like prior to 2002, I don't think. I'm not sure what happened to all of those.
Hmm.
I weigh close to 190, but I think about 20 pounds of that is fluid that I need to get rid
Mhm.
of. Because I just don't piss out when I drink. And
Right.
unfortunately, if they try to take too much at one time, I end up cramping in dialysis,
Right.
and that's not good.
Right.
Oh, I don't know. It might be a little bit good if you're cruel and evil and heartless.
Oh, let's see if I can find them. I know which one I want to
Okay,
show.
if you got the 6-pack abs going on, then you're probably pretty good. If you're 5'9", 170, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I discovered that I actually misplaced an inch somewhere. The last time I had
Mhm.
my height checked, I came in at 5'8".
Hmm.
I used to be 5'9". I know. I know I
That
was.
one.
And
Okay.
right now I weigh about, I don't know, 190, something like that.
Okay.
Hmm.
Let's see.
Oh, that's right. I know where that folder is. There was like someone said something in the chat that reminded me of something. There is a picture I saw not too long ago of like a woman in a spacesuit. I mean, it's drawn, it's sort of cartoonish, it's not real. I swear they stuck her boobs on upside down. Like
All right.
even if she's in 0G, her tits are on upside down, I swear.
I gotta see what is this thing. Yeah, I see what you're coming from.
Yeah. I mean,
Hmm.
this right here should at least not have quite so much of a distinct, because that looks like a balloon.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are on upside down.
And I tried to point that out to the people in the group where I saw that, and nobody but me seemed to see it. It's weird.
Okay, let me see.
I don't know.
That one.
Actually, come to think of it, I'm not sure the last time I checked my height. For all I know, it's shifted. But
Mhm.
I doubt it. I mean, I doubt
Let's
it. But
see.
how do you tell? Like,
How-
can you actually, like, the experience of being one height or another, can you really tell necessarily? Like, I can certainly compare now to being 6, but it's hard to compare now to being a teenager.
Okay.
You know, it feels like it was the same height the
There
whole
you go.
time.
Oh, what do you have here?
Well, I see a kitty.
Yes.
Looking at Mom NATO's pussy.
Oh my, oh my.
But that was when Tornado was 8.
Hmm.
So, you know, I am not small. And that was my kitty Grissom.
Well,
Wish my
here's a
babe.
question. Like, how
Mhm.
big were you pre-pregnancy?
I was 38 double D. Right now, I am a 38 to 40 I after pregnancy. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Wow.
like Mount Rushmore.
Do they have to have? You have to special order that, don't you?
Yes.
Okay. That's my bras.
Those are soup bowls.
Okay. I like wearing sports bras. Thank
Okay.
you.
There you go. That's the side view. So, as
That's
I said,
crazy.
I'm just gonna
on
say
TV.
that-
What is that? What is in your hands there? What is that? About $100 in your hand?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Figured.
Let's see
Again,
if this is the
likes
one.
me to sports bras. I does. They're nice and simple. They don't have an underwire. And
Oh, I hate
uh,
underwire.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is
So
the
that's-
40H. So, and it depending upon the cut of the bra, is if it's a 38 or a 40.
Okay. Yeah. Makes all the sense in the world.
You know what experience I've never actually had and never seen anyone else have is when there's someone, she's about to give you her business card, so she reaches into her bra. Like, I know a lot of folks who will, you know, like they'll do this if they don't have enough hands with their phone, kind of thing.
Yeah.
you know,
Uh-huh.
rockets and all of that. But I've never actually, and I figure, like, if you had business cards in there, wouldn't they be kind of gamey and soggy by the time you gave one to somebody? Unless
would
you have an
think.
apartment.
Unless they're
that's nicely
laminated.
sealed.
My
I mean-
grandma Cozart
Hmm.
used to keep money in her bra.
Uh-huh. Yep.
Well, I've said it before, I'll say it again. I like being a lesbian. It means I can wear like jeans with pockets and no one gives me another
Right.
glance, and it's so much more
Mhm.
convenient. So to
How-
all you straight
Right.
folks out there,
How many
I mean,
here?
unless you're a little bit on the tomboyish side, then you can do whatever you want to do there. Well, anyway.
Right.
How many here remember the pocket sewn into the bra to contain a dime? Ah,
Been before my time. I don't know.
that was for the emergency phone call.
Yep. I have another one in here.
Hmm.
Another photo. Let's see. is
There was
that
something
one?
I saw on Facebook today where it was like every bar should have this in the ladies' room. And it's like this sign. And it said, if you feel like you're in trouble, go to the bar and order, I think it was like an angel cocktail or something.
Oh, yeah.
And then if you describe, you know, I want it neat on the rocks or this, that, or the other thing, it describes the kind of emergency, you know,
Right.
and based on that,
Yeah.
they'll like call you a Lyft or an Uber, or they'll send over
Yeah.
a bouncer or something. And I was like,
Okay.
that's kind of cool.
This
Ditto.
is one of my favorite pictures of Grissom and me.
Now,
That is a small picture.
Well, I can't. There. Is that any better? There.
yes, many much. I'm curious.
Yeah, people are like, you're fat. And it's like, no,
No,
I'm
she's
not.
not fat. No,
I
that.
mean,
I'm
I
fat,
think that's an
I'm
absolutely
fat,
gorgeous
you
picture
know
of me.
it, you know,
Yeah. That kitty name. Did that
Grissom?
did that come from somebody named Virgil?
No.
No. So it did not come
Uh,
from the astronaut.
No. CSI.
Oh, okay.
Never
Okay.
did watch
original-
that show.
Well, the original CSI, Grissom, of course, is a crime scene investigator, and he's one of these people who has to investigate everything about the crime.
Hmm.
When we first got Grissom, it was right after Smokey had died, and it was like 2 days after Smokey died. We found this kitten on our porch, just sitting there, looking, and he couldn't have been any bigger than this. He had to have just been weaned.
Okay.
And he just looking at us going, meow, meow, meow. It's like, oh my God, you're breaking my heart, kitty. So we brought him in, and he came in the house, and, you know, he's not feral. Somebody owned this kitten and just dropped him off.
Yeah.
Or he
Which
got
was not
lost. I
uncommon.
mean, no
No,
guarantees.
no.
No?
We lived in the boonies.
Alright.
And he didn't have fleas. He wasn't afraid to be picked up. He wasn't afraid to be petted. He was socialized.
Hmm.
Somebody dropped him off.
Sounds vaguely similar, except for the dropping off part of when Kylie and
Hmm.
I found Dizzy in that wheel well of a car. Very
Mhm.
similar. She was like this big, and yeah.
Right. Well, there were a lot of people who would drop off cats and let them go feral, so it
Hmm.
wasn't an unusual thing. But he came in the house and he searched everywhere, investigated every inch of the house, and Tornado's just like, "That's a Grissom, Mom."
I do
So he
sometimes
got-
wonder, should I have named Xander Xander? I'm not sure. I mean, I love the character from Buffy and all of that,
Mhm.
but at the same time, I don't know. I could have given him another name, I think. If he
Well,
had
it's
been
definitely
full,
not an angel.
well, if he had been full orange, I would have named him Jonesy after the cat from Aliens. Well,
Mhm.
Alien technically, but
Yeah.
I like Aliens better, and he
I
was in it.
remember
Probably not the
Jonesy.
same cat, but still. And I was tempted to try to give him a name like Kung Pao Chicken, but I couldn't figure a way to nickname it well.
Uh,
I can't tell if he's starting to fall asleep or if he's saying "I love you."
mm.
Yes.
Well, Grissom, like I said, just getting that picture of him sitting there was unusual. He wasn't much of a cuddle bug, but getting those pictures, he just sat there and let me do it. I've got like 5 pictures of him with me holding him that day, and that picture where he was resting his chin on my fingers. I was just stroking him like this and got the picture,
Mm.
and he's just looking at the camera, and it's like, okay, we got to take this picture. So.
Well,
Yeah.
I remember my Miranda used to like to be cradled like a
Mhm.
baby, on her back in my arms,
Right.
like so, and she would just fall asleep like
Mhm.
that, and yeah.
My
Much of
cats do
that.
not like that. I try to hold them
Mhm.
like that. Xander doesn't care for it at all. Columbia will put up with it for a while, but
Loki's sound asleep on my kitchen table.
And then when Miranda would fall asleep in my arms, I would eat her kitty ears.
Oh,
I just figured
And then she'd
something out.
look at me with, "What the hell are you doing?"
I just figured something out. Something's been bugging me for a while because Mom Nada, you've been reminding me of somebody, and I'm not sure
What?
who it is. Imagine if Penn Jillette had a sister.
Penn Jillette. I don't know.
Penn
who
and
Penn
Teller?
Jillette- Okay.
If Penn had himself a sister, I think she'd look a lot like you.
Really? Okay.
Okay, but
Is that good or bad?
it's not horrible.
I render no judgment.
Yeah.
I'm just
Not
saying
Well,
that.
I always liked Penn and Teller.
Well, I mean, because that's been bugging me. There've been a couple of people, like there was someone at game night who, like, forever was bugging me. Who the hell are you? Why do you remind me of someone? Turns out it was someone from the Seattle goth scene. She reminded me of. I was surfing Facebook, found that friend of mine. I was like, oh my god, no wonder you look just like the one from San Diego. So
Right.
yeah. Oh well.
As far as I know, I'm not related to Penn or Teller.
Well,
Goodness. If I was, I'd have more money, maybe.
Not necessarily, though.
I mean, it's weird. I think
True.
I'm actually the most famous person in my family now that I think about it.
Hmm.
Like, as in, if I were to confine myself to, like, my mother and father's generation, so solely them and their offspring, I
Right.
think I'm the most famous of everybody in that particular circle. Weird, right?
No.
Oh, I'm
because-
not really. I
think
mean,
I'm the only one in the family with an IMDb page.
there you go.
I'm the only one in my family that's been on the news.
Okay.
For good or bad reasons.
Good,
Okay.
I guess, technically.
Well, I mean, I intend to live forever or die trying, but when I die,
Right.
I want people asking how many I took with them or with me.
Yeah.
Honey.
Well, no, we had, we lived in a rural community
Yeah.
when I was in high school, for my senior year of high school. And there were 3 sets of twins whose last name all ended with, or all started with S. And we were all girls, boys, girls. And we were all in the same school system, and we all rode the same bus, And we were all exactly 7 years apart in our grades. So I was a senior in high school. The other two the younger boys were in just starting junior high. So 7th grade, I think it was. Maybe it was 6 years apart.
I was
the
going to
other
say,
two-
you'd have to be in grade 14.
Well, yeah. They were starting junior high. We were in senior year of high school, and Jessica and Jamie had just started 1st grade.
But wait,
Dayo
so-
Parostu.
oh, well, I
Okay.
guess it was a rural area, so it makes sense you'd all ride the same bus.
Right.
I think in where I was, my school district, elementary, middle, and high all had their own separate buses.
Right. Well, the way our school worked was the elementary, junior high, and high school were all in just two buildings that were attached. My
Yeah,
graduating
little different.
graduating school class was 44 people.
Jesus
It was
Christ.
Well,
there were
I mean,
only 500 people in our town.
in South Burlington,
My
Vermont,
graduating
there were,
class had more people than your
three
town had.
elementary schools. There was like
Oh, good Lord.
Orchard School by the lake, but then there was also Central and Chamberlain up by the airport. But then when the elementary school was over and we're all going to middle school, just South Burlington Middle School and then South Burlington High School. So
Right.
yeah.
Now, in 1974, we graduated 890 kids.
hmm
And the entire high school had 2,800, and that was only 3 grades.
Right.
I don't know how many were in my graduating class, but it was definitely double digits, but definitely not triple. Hell, I have a
Mine-
yearbook around here somewhere. I could probably go and count, but I don't feel like it.
My brother's graduating class was 1,500.
What, PS
In one
123?
high school. In one high school. There were 1,500 seniors.
Nice.
Mhm. Yeah.
So, you know,
And it was 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th grade.
Okay.
But
so, you know,
there were far less of the bottom 3 years for some reason than there were the seniors. They never did figure that one out. Probably because people being held back.
No, what, due to pregnancy
there were
or
only
something?
a couple-
That's one of them.
There were
Okay.
only a couple of kids that got held back in my school. I remember distinctly when Erwin Weibel was held back. Now, I didn't think of him as particularly stupid. I don't know if he was like, neglecting homework or something, but for whatever reason, and stop auto-adjusting my volume, goddammit! Ugh. I'm sorry, they keep auto-adjusting my volume, and I don't like it. I think it's because every time I'm talking, and like I might even be in the middle of a sentence, you guys start talking too, and I think they keep it auto-adjusting my volume so that it goes down and you can't hear me as well. But anyway, yeah, I didn't think of the guy as particularly stupid, but when he got held back, I was really surprised. I seem to remember there was someone else too, but I don't know. So you know how I was talking about maybe getting a scooter a while back and just having
Yeah.
on it? I've changed my mind. Now I want one of these.
There you go. There you go.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
education.
I'll definitely take a rocket bike over a scooter. I've actually been collecting a whole bunch of like sci-fi reference, and I have just a folder full of hover bike designs. I like that one. That one's awesome. That one, I just like the color scheme more than anything else. It looks a little old. Those are cool, you know. So I've got a whole bunch of just like reference art to help get inspired. You know, like if I'm working on something and I'm like, I need ideas, I don't have ideas, I'll look at something and say, I can modify that to make it my own. You know, that kind of thing. It just, yeah. So I would love to have one of these. Could they make these available, please? That'd be nice. Put those in stores. I'll buy one.
That's a moo.
Anyway, just saying.
Oh my, oh my.
Well, it is almost 6. I'm gonna need to get dinner soon. You know what I've been making lately is these, I like to call them pizza paninis. Basically, 2 slices of bread with pepperoni, mozzarella, and marinara on it, toasted in a frying pan on each side until the bread's brown, and eat.
Sounds
That's pretty
good.
good.
I like
Um,
it. Yeah.
Yeah, but probably not all I should be eating, you know.
Well, my dinner today has been a bag of Fritos.
Hmm.
Oh,
Well,
with salsa. I can't forget the salsa.
well, the salsa makes all the difference, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
Wow, I just got a really old episode of Seinfeld in my head where they're like, because people like to say salsa or something was one of the line. I don't know.
Desde tapayo corazón de mi
That was
parada.
such a terrible show. I mean, like, I know why it was so popular back in the 90s, but watching it now, it is painful.
Oh man! And then there was that character. What the hell's the actor's name?
Kramer, you mean Michael
Kramer.
Richards?
Thank you. Yeah, he turned out to be a real jackass on the street, didn't he?
No, what happened was he went on a big old rant in a comedy club, and I don't think he ever shook loose from it. Like I don't think it
Oh.
was a lot of incidents. I think it was one.
Oh! I got the impression that it was his raison d'être or something like that. Well, not.
No, I heard that it was one incident at a comedy club where he just went off, and I think that because I mean that's the thing is like Hollywood and all those others, they're very capricious. One mistake and you're done.
Honey, will you knock it off?
You know, I mean, some people can recover from it. I mean, look at Alec Baldwin. Even before he shot what's her face, he got in trouble a lot, and always seemed to manage to bounce back from it.
Hmm.
Kind of the same with oh, why am I blanking? Robert Downey Jr.
Okay. Okay.
You know, there's a lot of people out there who were douchebags and managed to come back from it, and then there's others. Now, I don't know if Kevin Spacey is ever coming back from his shit.
I don't know that one.
Rubin seems to have managed it though.
And then we'll get out of Hollywood. Then there's Howard Dean. One woo and his career is ruined.
There was that. Mind you, it's funny because, like, you know, he's a Vermont senator. I grew up with Howard Dean as part of like my consciousness. I mean, granted, I was a kid, but still, I knew his name, and he didn't used to be quite as much of a douchebag as he is now.
Okay.
You know, there's a lot of like, same with Patrick Leahy for that matter. They didn't all used to be quite so douchey, and something happened over the years. It's kind of like, what's that guy's name? Podcaster, sort of big with Ben Shapiro kind of guy. He turned right wing during his podcast run where he didn't used to be. Might be thinking of, am I thinking of Dave Rubin? I'm not sure. But there was someone where his like, he used to be a left winger, but because he made like a small right wing joke, and then the next thing you know, it snowballed to where people really liked the right-wing content, so he kept giving his fans what he wanted and eventually became what he was pretending to be. One of those,
Yeah.
right? So, I don't know, it's weird to watch a person's career unfold in front of you and look back on what they used to be and go, wow, you used to be a good actor. You used to be a politician I respected. You used to be this, that, and the other thing. What happened to you? You know?
Mhm.
I mean, it's weird because I think I've gotten more like left wing, liberal, progressive, whatever you want to call it, as time has gone by, not less.
Oh, I certainly have. Yeah, absolutely.
And I was raised in frickin' Vermont by hippies, you know,
Mhm.
and I'm more left wing than I was back then. So
That's not easy.
yeah, well, it also doesn't help that the Overton window has shifted so much that, you know, where before I was just sort of lefty liberal, now I'm like a rabid and screaming, like whatever they think. You know, they probably figure, well, if you're too far left, you're automatically a communist or something. I'm like, you know, most of the communist regimes I can think of were more right than left, to be perfectly honest. But hey.
Or authoritarian, anyway. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, Mage. Oh my gosh. I stopped watching Jimmy Dore like maybe even a year ago, possibly less. I don't know. Where, like, after Trump, he kept looking around for another boogeyman and decided that Anthony Fauci was his new Darth Vader, and it just didn't work. It
Yeah.
just did not work. I mean, number one, a lot of the times when politicians went off on Fauci, it was clear they didn't understand how science works.
Right.
You know, like even if there was like a Wuhan lab leak, Fauci was trying to explain, like oh, what is it called, the transmission research or whatever they call, where it crosses the species barrier. I forget the term for it, but he was trying to explain that what he was doing was not the like evil villain version that Ron Paul was imagining. He was trying to explain things like peer review and how science works, and it was like trying to talk to a chimp. I could hear what he was I could hear what he was trying to say, but it was also clear that the politicians were out for blood. Now, I'm not saying that Fauci is a great guy, that he's an angel. I mean, he did lie about masks at first, but at the same time, listening to what he's trying to say and the way it's getting spun by the politicians and the pundits, I was like, you guys are getting this guy completely wrong. I mean, completely wrong.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, I loved Jimmy Dore back in the day. I thought he was awesome, right? And then watching him slowly, when like he doesn't have a right-wing antagonist, watching him slowly turn kind of right-wing, looking around for some power to speak truth to, it didn't work.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, zoonosis? Oh, like talking to a chimp, I take it. I'm assuming that's what inspired that.
Toya Parasin.
Parrish there said zoonosis.
Yes, I
It's
said
a
that.
disease which can be transmitted to humans from no. This was a term for them doing it deliberately, though. It was like interspecies barrier. There was a term for it. They were banding it out through the beginning of the pandemic. What the hell am I thinking of? It's a specific kind of research. Like, why can I not remember? Let's see.
I wouldn't know the keywords to start looking for.
Yeah, scholarly articles, sure. But, there's a term for it, and I cannot remember it. Well, whether it's pronounced that way or not, it's not the term I'm looking for. I'm surprised you don't know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, and actually I don't.
They said it a lot. And it was not zoonosis or whatever. It's gain of function.
Chopoloco, now that you've said it, yeah.
Function, that's what I was trying to remember.
But I didn't think that was crossing from one species to another. I thought that was gaining new abilities.
No. That's where they like find a disease out in the wild and then try to make it cross the species barrier. I am assuming so they know how to cure it.
Okay,
They do it in the lab, they make it infectious with humans, and then they say, okay, let's cure this so we have it in stock. At least I'm assuming that's what they were doing. But like Ron Paul kept trying to say that what Fauci was doing was like specifically to make it into a weapon or something. I'd have to go look at the clip again. I may be misremembering. You know how my memory is. But he was basically trying to accuse Fauci of having made this specifically to infect humans. And he was trying to explain what gain of function research was. He was trying to explain, why they were doing it. And Ron Paul was like, no, that's not what you were doing, was it? And he'd take this big print, easy reader version of a very specific scientific term and expand it way beyond its definition. And Fauci is trying to explain to him that's not what it means. That's not what it means. And he wouldn't hear it. You know, it's
Well-
like, no, I'm not going to hear anything you say that doesn't fit my narrative. You know, that kind of thing.
Well, Paul's an idiot anyway, but that's another story.
Well, whether he is or not, I mean, it was still like he was clearly trying to go for some sort of like, you know, have you no decency, sir, moment kind of deal. It was
Mhm.
clear he wanted, or what was the other one? Yes, there are communists in the government. I have a list of names I'm not going to show you. You know, that kind of like on-camera performance is clearly what he was trying for.
Who's breathing heavily into a microphone?
I'm like Mom NATO. It's
Mom NATO, what are you doing in there?
Let's see. Yes, here we go. Okay, gain of function research is medical research that genetically alters an organism in a way that may enhance the biological functions of gene products. This may include an altered parthenogenesis, transmissibility, or host range, you see.
Tayo Korostu.
So that's why we were talking about gain of function research so much when the pandemic started. I had to find like a Fauci and Ron Paul article and look through it for keywords and finally found it. So yeah. So there's that.
Oh my. What you got going on over there? What you do? Moo.
I hate this whole being out of weed thing, but I'd actually have some if the dispensary had my brand and strain in, or even just my brand, which they do have, but they only have these live resin versions that like they cost $15 more than usual. And honestly, I don't get as much out of live resin as they say I should. So,
Okay.
you know, I think I get more out of full spectrum than anything else. But even then, just regular old grape ape will do just fine, thanks. And that's, like I say, it's 45 instead of 50, or no, it's 40 instead of 55 is what it is. And
Okay.
they haven't had it at my dispensary since forever, and I'm starting to get grouchy about it.
There.
Hello again.
Yes, the difference between me earlier and now. Now I'm wearing my bra.
Okay then. So
Yes.
your nipples are not in your lap.
Yeah,
Right.
basically. But I
It
figured,
reminds me of a line from The Big Bang Theory. I forget who it was being compared to, but Wallowitz's mother is notoriously fat.
Right.
Like she says something about someone's breasts, and Howard shouts, "No, it's different. She never steps on hers." You know,
Yeah,
and there's a
no.
line from the show Coupling, a British show, where one of the characters she goes, "Yeah, I bet she never lies on her back and fills her armpits."
oh God, yeah, I know that feeling.
I mean, as
No.
much as I kind of wish I had a little more upstairs, there is
No, you
something
don't.
to being small. Like, and I say
really?
slightly, just to make me
Yeah.
a little more picturesque. I don't
Yeah.
need them to, sway.
Yeah, believe me, if I could get a breast reduction, I would happily do it.
Mm.
But unfortunately, they consider that cosmetic.
Yeah.
Unless I can get a doctor to say it is a medical necessity.
Well,
Which-
couldn't you say it's killing my back?
Well, with my current situation where my spine is twisting
Hmm?
underneath my shoulder blade and I have arthritis in my spine, I have to talk to the doctor about it and find out if I can get it declared medically necessity, because it physically is painful.
Yeah, I can imagine. It would be kind
You-
of nice if you could have about 3 cup sizes taken off, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I would happily go back to being just a double D.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I love the line in that one song called "The Boob Fairy," which is basically "The Boob Fairy never came for me," like that. And one of the lines is, "Look, I wasn't wanting melons, just a cute curvaceous bee, but the Boob Fairy never came for me," like that.
Yeah,
So-
I would happily go down to a D, because as you saw, they're granny bras.
Oh, yeah.
Seriously, there are no cute bras for women of my stature.
That's true.
Uh-uh.
That is true.
I can't get away with wearing a regular bra. I cannot avoid wearing an underwire because a regular bra does not add enough support without the underwire, because the underwire fits underneath the edge of the breast,
Right.
and it holds the bra against your skin.
Yes.
Technically, I should be going up in cup sizes because the underwires are supposed to rest flat against your chest, and mine don't. It sticks out to here, but the rest of the is underneath the shelf. It forms a shelf, basically.
Yes. Yes.
And
can you ever like just as a cup holder rest it up there, or is it just for kitties?
Meow.
Oh well, I didn't mean with the shirt holding it up there. I just meant like make
the
a
shirt
table out of
isn't
yourself.
holding it. That is
Isn't
the
it
bra.
inside the? Well, regardless, I just meant rested on top without sticking it inside something.
It's
I
not
remember
as
there was
easy
an
up
episode
there.
of How I Met Your
Okay.
Mother where there was like sort of
Okay.
a fantasy kind of. I see, where there was sort of a
Yeah.
fantasy kind of thing, where like the main character is trying to remember something that happened, and it was a conversation between Barney and Lily. And Barney said, "Do you want to see a magic trick?" And he held out, I think it was a bottle of beer, but it might have been a can. And it looks like it's just floating there. But then, like, as the memory reforms, he remembers that that's when Lily was pregnant, and that's why it was able to float there. But he never stuck it inside anything. It was just
Right.
resting. Yeah.
Yeah, I can
A wild
do it.
heart.
But what I used to do when I was younger, and when we were hauling hay bales, and we would have iced soda in coolers, packed in ice.
Uh-huh.
The best way to cool off was to grab a can, stick it in my bra, right, and just separate my boobs like this, and go.
See,
And just
unfortunately,
pull down the core.
cold when it contacts my skin hurts so much. I couldn't do that for more than 15 seconds. Like, I seriously
Right.
would not be able to. I probably what I would have ended up doing was like rolling it and rolling
Yeah.
it, you know, like that. So,
Oh yeah. Well, with as hot as we were hauling hay bales, your skin was blistering hot just from exertion. It felt really good.
See, now, when I was in Vermont, every summer, I mean, it wouldn't get all that hot, but the humidity. Oh
Right.
my gosh, the humidity. Now, here I am in San Diego. It's technically a desert. When when it gets too hot out here, everything dries out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Been there, done that. Both in Missouri, it's a dry heat most of the time, unless it's been raining, and then it's humid. Here, it's humid.
yeah.
Well, yeah,
all the
you're-
time.
And imagine what humidity does to the old head fur.
Tato poshita jako spete.
Yeah.
What?
We have been unseasonably cold the last 2 weeks. We have actually had freeze warnings for the
That's
last
crazy.
week.
Yeah, that's nuts.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, no, the only reason my hair is actually curly instead of frizzy is because I use a curl treatment.
Okay then.
I get frizzy and curly, like it or lump it.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah, there you go.
that doesn't even look like curl. That just looks like you stuck your finger in a light socket.
Yeah, huh?
Actually, what it looks like is I'm being approached by a predator and want to scare it off. But I mean, you know, it's
Yeah,
like-
well,
like-
you can see the curl here, but there's also frizz in this part.
Oh, everything back here is frizz on the ponytail because it's been so murdered by the flat iron.
Yeah. Yeah.
But, like,
so I
okay,
actually have
mm,
curl.
Where's that good picture I'm looking for? Because I have a picture of me as a small child. Oh, well, that one will do. It's not the picture I'm looking for, but it'll do. You can see the curls in this.
Mhm.
Yeah, okay.
You know,
Oh, that's
or
adorable.
here's me again as a
Mhm.
little baby. Or
Aw.
I don't know. Where's the one of me as I don't know if
Okay,
I was
we're gonna.
supposed to be a witch or a sorceress, but I had this great one. I'm using a chopstick as a wand. There it is. But you can see
Aw.
like my hair pretty
Mhm.
damn curly if I let it do what it
Yeah.
wants. You know.
Most of the pictures I have of Tornado are with short hair, but I have some adorable pictures of him.
Hmm.
See.
Well, if there was anything I hated, it was that buzz cut that I was forced to get every summer. And they called it a butch haircut, where it's like eighth of an inch above the scalp.
Oh, my smudge.
Did they ever make you get a flat top?
Okay.
No, never had one of those. No.
No.
Okay. You guys never really saw a real good picture of Smudge, but I have one finally. I found one on my phone that I took a couple of weeks before he passed away.
You know, it's funny. One of the many reasons why I don't like pulp in orange juice, I don't like the feeling of it. It feels like I'm drinking something that has stuff in it that shouldn't be there, like swamp water with bits of like bracken and shit in there.
There you go.
But another reason I think I don't like it is because, like, there was always. My parents would give me in a baby bottle some orange juice, and a bit of
Ugh.
pulp would always get stuck
Yeah.
in there, and I would flip out until they came in with tweezers to remove it, and then,
Mhm.
you know, 2-3 minutes
Yeah.
later it would happen again. I don't know what the hell they were thinking, but I do
Yeah.
sometimes wonder, would my attitude toward pulp be different if that had
Mhm.
been an
Maybe.
experience? I don't
Maybe.
think so, though, because I really just don't like that sort of walking through seaweed feeling of drinking pulpy OJ. It feels like there's something mysterious in there that's going to bite me.
But then the expression on that kitty face.
Yeah, my kitty.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was definitely a sort of meep look there. Xander has a great terrified
Okay.
face, and that's a shame because I don't want to keep you know, provoking it, I guess. I don't know.
Mhm.
Oh, look at little Kate there.
No.
Anyway,
Tista
Okay.
da baya carosota baronye.
I'm gonna see. Do I have any pictures of Xander looking terrified? I don't think so.
I suppose I could go through some of my stuff in the safe and scan some of the pictures. I tell you, there's one picture of me as a 3-year-old. I looked like Shirley Temple with the pin curls, and the hair was absolutely white. I was a towhead. So that's really interesting. I started out white, and then I went to blonde, and then to brown by the time I'm in my 30s. And then I start getting lighter again, and now I'm heading toward white. You know?
Whereas I've always been pretty much this color. You know,
Okay,
although what
then.
most people don't quite realize, and I guess you can sort of see it a little bit with the light there, is I actually get reddish highlights under decent lighting. Like without it, you can see it's pretty dark. But look at those specular highlights there. It's pretty sort of brownish reddish right there, you see?
That's the pole.
And, that didn't help. It overloads the camera.
And it makes the hair smoke.
It really doesn't do that. Well, I have some adorable kitty photos, but I don't think I see the one I'm looking for. Yeah.
Well, that's the interesting.
I don't have one of Xander looking terrified. It's a shame.
That's the interesting thing. I think I've taken about 13,000 pictures with my camera. It numbers them, and I think of that, 12,914 are cat pictures. Yeah.
I do wonder how many really great pictures of my cats got lost when Facebook decided to get aggro about my first account.
Okay. How do I have actually accidentally blocked the ability to share my screen? How do I fix that?
Dunno?
Oh my.
But I do know that I'm sitting here asleep with a kitty. Look at that. Oh.
Aw. I do not know. Okay, you go down to that present now, and it doesn't do anything for you, huh?
Well, it tells me you must grant permission in order to screen share, and that's it.
I
I must. It sounds like I must grant permission.
Does sound like
I
it.
don't know.
No, we don't have that.
No, it's got to be on my end because it was working before.
Or is it something about sharing a file? I wonder. I don't know.
I don't know.
You got me, and I'm the one who should know. I'm running this show.
I don't know what I did. I don't know how to fix it.
You
No.
broke it. You broke it. Yes, you did. You broken.
No, I don't know what I did.
It's funny
Oh,
to
well.
look at Columbia now and then to look at some of the older pictures of her and realize she was not always a complete chub.
Diakorostu.
I've got some very adorable pictures of her not like when she was younger. Mind you, I also have some pictures of her when she wasn't even a cat.
Okay, she was a salamander.
Nope.
Oh my goodness!
Oh,
Oh my goodness!
boy, she looks like a polar bear.
She was a polar bear.
Let
Like
me.
I said, it was pictures from when she wasn't a cat.
Okay.
I will be right back.
We'll be right back after this
Let me
Let me
message.
try leaving and see
I remember
if
there
it'll
was
fix.
like Saturday morning cartoons. There was this whole after these messages, da 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 da. We'll be right back, like that. That was a very Anyway,
Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all
Yeah,
go to
that's
the
movies.
lobby. Yeah,
now
well.
here's an image of Xander looking quite hedonistic.
Ha!
Mow.
And here's one of my favorite pictures of Columbia sleeping. Oh,
Me, 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 me.
yeah. Well, I wonder.
Okay, and then, okay, is using companion mode. I don't remember seeing that one before. Now,
well,
Mum NATO stopped using companion mode.
Okay, we do.
And
not
we
want-
only have 2 people in here.
Well, we only.
Now we
need-
have, okay, there you
There we
are.
Let's see if that fixed it.
It fixed it. Yay! It is fixed it.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez. Okay, so wait a minute. Tomorrow, evening light rain. Thursday, rain. Friday, snow showers. Blah. Aww.
Yeah, you say that now, but wait until. I was trying to build a clubhouse out of boxes, and it even had multiple levels, but then Columbia decided to stand on top of it, and it collapsed. I did not support the cardboard well enough. I didn't think either of the cats would try to stand on the ceiling, you know?
Mhm.
It's a shame.
I have
it
a
was
bunch.
a fun little project, but it came to nothing. One thing I do wonder, I only have one kitty tree, and Xander has basically become the master of it. I do wonder if I got another one, would Columbia use that one instead? Like if they each had their own dedicated kitty tree. Because I know she used to love to sleep exactly where Xander does now. He just sort of took it over. And Columbia has started using like my bed instead, and I wish she were closer. So I've thought about getting another kitty tree.
Yeah, come to think, I see a kitty face over there on the tree. Oh my.
That's the Zandy Poo.
I am so happy that this one decided that she likes the kitty tree that I bought her.
Think of it.
She'll climb all the way to the top and survey her domain.
Okay.
That's
let's see
one
if I
thing
can
that's
get
like,
this to
okay, you see where
show.
Xander is right now.
There.
He's on the
No.
not the highest, but the next to highest, right? And
Mhm.
and neither cat uses the top. I
Hmm.
don't know
Oh,
why.
okay. Now, Sylvia will go all the way to the top, and then sometimes she'll go into that little, what do you want to call it, a kitty hut? You know, the box with the little
I call it
igloo
the
opening.
clubhouse.
Okay.
Yeah, she'll sit in there, and I know that wherever the her plush kitten starts, it always ends up on the cat
Okay.
tree.
Hmm.
So she must like it. I bought her a plush kitten.
Okay, let's see. Here's an old picture of Tornado. Let's see if I can
Oh boy.
get this to show. Yeah, there we go.
Dunk. Oh, hey, how old is he there?
Oh, I remember that. I think
7.
you showed
okay.
that at me. Yeah.
You
Yeah.
definitely look pretty young in that photo.
Yeah. Yeah. So, yep. I have other pictures of him that are. Let's see.
Wait, what? Oh.
Oh man, I can't have orange juice anymore.
Oh, that's a shame.
It is. I love orange juice.
Oh, do you remember me talking about the lilies? I had the stargazer lilies
No.
that I grew when I came here to Florida.
Oh
No.
no, I don't remember that. No.
Okay. Okay. Show you the size of these damn flowers. They were absolutely huge.
Taller than you are.
No, but
Well, when you say huge, do you mean tall or
just size, wide. Okay,
Right.
there we go.
so
Gadisty.
the blossoms were?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, wild.
Yeah.
It looks almost like sea life.
Yeah. But that was my hand is right next to that blossom.
Yeah.
And it looks almost like sea life.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but they smell so. They are so overpowering almost in the smell. They smell wonderful, but they can be too strong a scent for some people.
Okay then. Yeah, kind of
Uh.
reminds me of when I had lilacs.
Yeah. But that I grew those here. Let me see if there's a singular picture of just the one next to my face. I had it resting against my chin in this one.
Hmm.
Oh, well.
Let's see. That one, I think it is, yeah. Look at that. Against my chin.
Damn thing's bigger than your head.
Yes, it was. I was surprised at how big they grew down here, and I don't know if it was because of just the climate or what. And then I set them out on my front porch in a big pot like this. And the animals got to them. And they
Ow.
wouldn't grow back. They even dug into the dirt and ate the bulbs.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. The wonderful thing about lilies is those kind of lilies is when you plant one and they come back up the next year, there will be 2 of them.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
But what's the thing about Tiggers?
I don't know. You can only have just one.
Okay.
So
Tiggers
I
are
have
special.
some pictures of Columbia hanging out with a dog, if you can believe it.
Really?
Yep.
Oh my.
Meow. Meow.
Aww.
Meow.
So cute.
Meow.
That
Stuffed
is one of the
cat.
most adorablest photos of her ever.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
So yeah. Hmm.
So, how did she go from that white to what she is now? She
She
just
doesn't
developed.
exercise at all, like at all.
No, not her color.
Oh, photo quality.
No, the one picture you showed where she was mostly white.
Yeah.
That was a Photoshop job, wasn't it?
Okay.
What? No.
No?
It's
So-
just no. Hold on. Let me show you again. Assuming we're talking about the same thing. You're talking about this where she looked white, yes?
Mm-mm. No.
No.
When she was kitten.
Way back.
What are
Way
you even,
where she looked like she was a polar bear.
Oh, that was Photoshop. That was
Okay.
Photoshop. That was
Okay, that's what we were
a-
talking about.
Okay. No, I mean, look at that. That is a
Yeah.
bear's body. I mean,
Okay.
yeah, and you can even see some of the lines here where it's almost like a matte line.
Okay.
Mhm.
Compositing isn't perfect. Yeah, I made this. That
I had
was
to
bear
shut that. I had to shut down at that point, so I missed
Ah.
that conversation.
No, that
Okay.
was, yeah.
Trying to see.
I don't know why, but like right here on her eyes has always been like stained black, and she often has eye boogers constantly, and I don't know what if anything I can or even should do about it.
Probably not much you can do.
Yeah, I mean this right here was Columbia in Seattle, and she loved the kitty tree, but now with Xander and San Diego, not as much. I really do think I should get another one. I've actually put one on my wish
Probably.
list now, just so they can each have their own. I mean, kind of like litter boxes. Both cats use the same 2 litter boxes, but they recommend having at least one for each cat. Usually
Right.
more than one per cat, like every cat plus one. But
Yeah.
I mean, they use the litter boxes interchangeably, but they don't so much with the kitty trees for some reason. I don't know. It's weird. Also, and this one's weird, like I feed them and they'll each be eating at one bowl, and then I'll come back like 10-15 minutes later and they've swapped bowls.
Oh, here's a picture of him with his hair, with Tornado, with his hair longer, not buzz cut, but he's younger.
Uh-oh.
Even younger than
Yeah.
before the last picture. All right.
Yeah, I think it's.
Let me guess, he's going to be like 3.5.
No.
Ha! Wow. Okay.
Oh, jeez, man.
He
Spread-
was in maybe 2nd grade in that one.
Spread that all over the internet
I
and
know, isn't he
mortify the boy.
Oh no, mortifying him. I have actual physical pictures of him running on a potty chair.
Oops.
And he's sitting there going, using it, and he's got his 2 middle fingers. And
You're sure he wasn't just, with the
no,
horn?
he was sucking on them. He was only 4.
Well, I suppose if he had dirt on them, he could throw up the horns.
Yes, he could. But not likely. Oh, goodness. There's some of the other photos I have.
I don't know. There are a lot of things that Columbia doesn't do anymore because of Xander, and one of them is sleeping in her kitty carrier.
Okay.
She used to do this all the time, and now with Xander, not so much.
Yeah,
Maybe
Sylvia
she's scared of getting caught.
could be. Sylvia used to sleep in the carrier from time to time.
Yeah. And
My
I mean, that
cat's
carrier
sweaty.
is all padded and canvas. It doesn't scream you're going to the vet so much, Plus, now I have that really cool backpack.
Now, I would leave the carrier open on the floor prior to the Illinois trip because I wanted her to get used to it, and she did very well with it, yeah.
Well, I used to just leave that carrier open all the time, and Columbia would just climb in and nap. And it was absolutely adorable. I also have a picture of Xander that unfortunately preceded him peeing.
Ooh.
That's my green screen right there.
Oh, no. Oh, goodness.
And he decided to urinate on it, little bastard.
And probably ruined it.
Well, it's washable, but I haven't used it since.
Yeah.
What can you do, I guess?
Yeah.
You can do lots of things, but many of them are illegal.
Yeah. Sounds about right.
Okay, to whoever this Savage Squad is exploring people are, we're more likely to debunk the people going looking for ghosts than we are
Yeah.
to, tell
Well-
you where to find them. So
In
I said
other,
more likely,
Yeah.
not no matter what.
the thing is, though, I kind of like some of the films and videos of the people going ghost hunting, but it's not so much about the ghost hunting. They're going through the places and telling the stories of the legends and everything else, and
Mhm.
it's the scene set and all that. That stuff I like.
Oh, this is from right after Hurricane Michael passed by. Oh my goodness. My poor yard.
So you talk about throwing up the horns. Here's Columbia rocking out.
Uh, yeah.
Yeah, there are some people, me, who probably shouldn't be let anywhere near art programs sometimes.
Mm-hmm. Let's see.
I've got to go look at. I don't have anywhere near as many of the pictures of Miranda that I used to have, but it's amazing. Every time there's a breakup, I lose all the pictures.
Mm.
Well, it's easier these days when pictures are digital, but I get it.
Hmm.
There's some very cute photos of Columbia sleeping on the old couch back in Seattle, and yeah. She just looks so content, you know?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh. Oh, and that's Xander's little toy that he never plays with. Like, seriously, my parents sent me that a couple of years ago, and he was
Mhm.
not impressed by it. In fact, of all the toys I've bought for him, the one he likes the most is actually the shoelaces I don't use anymore.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
I
Yeah.
have these like sort of elastic, rubbery, like magenta shoelaces, and he'll play with that. But something I bought at a pet store, forget about it.
Well,
Yep.
this one likes the plastic circles that are part of the cap of the milk bottle.
Oh,
Yeah, she'll go for hours with those things.
it does sort of feel like you're pulling the pin on a grenade, doesn't it, when you open the milk like that?
Yeah, huh?
There's just something. I don't know. Anyway.
Yeah.
And then of course there's you leave something on the table and immediately she runs off with it. She's a little thief, and I've got to go around the house. Hmm?
Okay. I found the ones that I was looking for.
But I still haven't found what I'm looking
I
for.
thought of that one too.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay. Another young tornado picture.
Oh no.
Doonk. I actually don't know if the audience can hear the doonk sound.
Yeah.
Holy shit, man. I think you showed that
looks
one
like
at me
the main
too.
character of like a Disney movie of the week.
That's me, no. Yep. I have all sorts of ones like that.
Hmm.
Oh, he was playing a game on my computer in this one.
Uh-oh.
And I caught him. He's like laughing at me. But I had fun because I was kissing his cheek and teasing him. 6.
It's in there somewhere.
Nope. I have to find it. One? Yeah, that one.
It's funny how you can totally tell when it's a regular meow and an in-heat meow, because
Yes.
there's definitely more of a guttural quality.
Yes, there
to the-
is.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
know, it's
Mhm.
a rounder, sort of like it's not meow, it's meow, like that.
Yeah. She's looking. She's hunting.
Mm.
She's calling.
Yeah.
Oh, goodness. These are the ones that he did. He was playing with my webcam on this one. So we're not going to show those because most of them are consisting of him staring at the camera and going,
Well, I have to admit, it is actually difficult to look at an image of myself, be
Okay.
it camera or mirror, and not make a ton
Okay.
of faces. You know, like I'm
Okay,
sitting there in the green room.
Okay. This is
You know.
when he did this, he had just gotten out of bed and I was still sleeping and he decided to play with the camera.
Oh
Is it that
no.
one? No, not that one. I have to find it. There it is.
Dunk.
Parrish, oh my. I've been looking into that. It's what I want to do is get to a place that's actually taking new patients because the plague really screwed things up.
Hmm.
Yeah, there's one place, it's in the neighborhood I used to live, that I could go to. But I had called ahead and no, they weren't taking new patients yet, so gonna have to try again. Hey Brian, how you doing?
Oh, that was when we had the futon. Oh God. He was so not enthused with that picture.
Yeah, that one would be really nice too, where I would, be able to take her in the morning and then, go shopping and stuff and things and I like it. And then pick her up in the afternoon and come back home. Because there's a Target not that far from there, and one of the Chinese restaurants I used to go to a lot.
Kate of the Thrones. Okay.
Well, I'm sitting on the Game of Thrones throne. Where did she go? Dunk.
Button.
Hmm.
Let's see. Any more in here of tornado? I don't think so. Oh yes, this one where he was playing. He had a towel tied around his neck, and he was wearing his space footy pajamas. I think you've seen this one, Diana.
What was he trying to do? A superhero thing?
Yes, he was trying
Okay.
to play superhero. There's two of these particular ones. Is it that one? Oh. I have to find it. Yeah.
I forgot.
There we go.
I made that. Wow. Could he have a dorkier smile?
No. And he's holding his hand out with one arm, raising the towel behind him, and then there was... This is the other one. Even dorkier smile. I don't know if you guys saw the switch in that.
It looks pretty much the same to me.
Yeah,
but
to me it
okay.
looked the
Hold
same.
on. I'll change the picture.
Da
Let's see
Prożnie.
here. Okay. Let's see.
Oh wow, I suddenly realized I just found like an animated GIF of myself, and I'm suddenly realizing how old it is because of the
Mhm.
missing tattoos.
Oh
There.
my, okay.
There. Okay.
Oh,
Oh,
Jesus.
Yeah.
So what, did you get a whole bunch in one big flurry there, Kate? Ah,
But you notice how bare my arms
Yes,
are.
I do
don't even
notice
have
that.
Zapdos. It's like Crazy Pants in it. That is old.
Mhm.
So, yeah.
Mm.
Like, it just struck me. I'm sitting there going, I know I made this a long ass time ago. It was in one of my early videos, but how old? Oh my gosh. Look how unadorned I am. And I think I won't show that imagery of my cheek covered in blood.
Aw.
Post seizure.
Moo.
Do you want to see the one? I'm sure I've shown it before, but do you want to see the one where I chomped my tongue so hard that it looks like someone stepped in mud with
No.
boots?
Oh, you showed that one at me, I think.
This one right here?
Yeah, you
Oh,
showed that
goodness.
one at me.
Yeah, that was the result of a seizure right there.
Mm.
I am so glad I don't have those anymore.
Yeah.
You know?
Mm.
Hmm.
Goodness. Poor kitty.
Meow. Hey,
Meow,
you.
meow, meow, meow.
Hmm.
Sometimes I
Found
think about
another
getting her
one.
knocked up just to shut her up, but no, I don't need kittens.
No,
running
you
around
don't
here.
need kittens.
No,
That's
no,
for
Well,
sure.
you know, I've heard, and I don't know if this actually works, but I've heard
Oh,
that if you basically take a Q-tip and roger your kitty with it, that'll shut her up.
I haven't tried that. I don't know.
I don't know
sounds
that it's
kind
real.
of,
Like, it may be one of those, like, folk cures that doesn't actually, like, it may be urban legendy a bit, but I don't know. But I
don't
found
know.
another one of myself. I'm not really sure what I was trying to say, but I think it's a self-deprecating well, duh. Like, ugh, duh, Kate. You know, that kind of thing.
Daio
Mhm.
Korostu.
But I've had some people tell me I should make that one actually available to the public because they'd even use it. I don't know.
Mm. I am so glad I don't have a female cat.
Moo.
I haven't had a female cat in 15 years.
Okay, then. I've been had by a preponderance of queens.
Mhm. Well, you know, I had one cat that had kittens, and then the kittens never left, and it was like too many cats.
Uh-huh.
You know, okay.
She
before-
had a litter of 8.
Oh,
Before
yeah.
I had Kitty fixed, my parents, like, we had that cat. I loved her to death. She was like 17 when she died. She had a litter of kittens before they had her fixed. And I was so, like, I'm not sure I've ever forgiven my parents for not letting me keep one of them.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I wanted to keep just one and they wouldn't let me. And I was so unhappy about it. And I now really wish they had, because I miss that cat so much and I wish I still had a piece of her with me. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Mr. B, how you doing, Mr. B?
How was being here? I haven't seen you in ages. Wow, where are you been hiding yourself, B?
Daio Korostu. I mean, yeah, when you've got 8 kittens running around at, like 4
Yeah.
weeks old or whatever, it's really, really
Mhm.
cute. But then
And
when you
then
have
they
to,
hit adulthood, and you have to pay to get them fixed, or you have more kittens.
lots more kittens. Yeah.
Lots more kittens, because 5 out of the 8 were female. Uh-huh. And
And
thankfully, we had a horse farm nearby that wanted the cats.
Oh, okay, barn cats.
Mm-hmm. Catch the mice.
Mm-hmm.
And we were able to get rid of all 3 males and 2 of the females, and they were nice enough to pay to get the other ones fixed
Oh, nice.
because I worked for them, and it was easier to take the cats to get fixed and not pay me than it was to pay me and I just have to turn around and get the cats fixed that way, because they got a discount because of being a horse farm customer.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure when she did it. She did it quite silently, but Columbia is here sitting on one of my computers now.
Ah.
That has become her usual perch, which is funny to me because that computer's usually off, and so she's not getting any heat from it. I have to use a lot of those, like these to keep the cat hair from getting in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, you talk about that. I remember the old days when on a 8088 I could heat my entire office on that one computer.
Oh,
I
yeah.
have two computers down here that do a lot of rendering for my animation, and those bad boys heat up like you wouldn't believe. And actually, in wintertime, that's good because as much as I'm in Southern California, it can still get cold and my circulation is shite. So if my toes are cold, I start something rendering for a while and the computers make them warm up.
Mm.
I mean, that's definitely a side benefit. It's an unintended one, but hey, I'll take it. But never one to shove away something good.
Right.
I built an office in a former root cellar, so it was below grade under the porch, and it would get chilly, and flip that computer on and get nice and warm in there.
I just hope that the cold weather snap is done. Being as we're in February, we should start warming up.
Yeah,
be
the
kinda
San Diego's
nice.
kind of weird. Like our seasons seem like they're shifted 2 or 3 months or something because we get what's called May gray and June gloom here, where it should be summer, but it feels more like a Seattle spring, really. But then basically call it September and October, and it feels like blazingly hot summer here. It's weird.
No, we usually by March and April we're getting into the 70s and 80s already, but generally we'll stay about mid 70s. Sometimes we might reach 80 degrees, but it's just cool enough we don't have to run the air conditioner, but it's warm enough we don't have to run the heater.
It'd be nice if we could go back to the 80s.
Yes. I would be so much younger then.
Well, hell, I'd be so much younger. I mean, in 1990, I turned 15. So,
Yeah.
but really, I just want the pop culture back, damn it.
I was so much
I could
older
do
than.
without, say, the smoking in airplanes and movie theaters part. I could do without the raging homophobia part. But honestly, if I could have those TV shows and songs and movies, not just the ones they made, but the mindset with which they were made back, I'd be a happy camper.
I want to check something. Oh, excuse me.
There is a lag between the chat and what we hear or saying, so I have no idea what you meant, B, by saying same reason I kept my girlfriend. I lost whatever I said or whatever one of us said that made you say that. I don't know what it was. So I need context. That's all I'm saying.
The Strutje.
That look you're giving me, Columbia. You're giving me a look. You know you are.
I is giving you that.
Don't you look at me in that tone of voice.
Ooh. Oh. I can rent Ghostbusters Afterlife.
That's awesome. Well, wait a minute. When you say dress like Don Johnson, I'm assuming you mean Miami Vice.
Yeah.
It's actually weird now that I think about it, how little else I've seen him in. And at least a large part of what I've seen him in, I didn't actually see him because he was doing a voice, for something animated.
Don't reste.
Also, am I the only one who can't hear someone mention Rob Lowe without hearing Raw Blow in your head?
Oh, jeez. Okay.
Every time I hear his name, and he's in at least 2 episodes of The Orville, so when I'm in sci-fi discussion groups, I hear his name a fair bit. But yeah, every time someone says Rob Lowe, I'm like, yeah, Rob Lowe, gotcha. Also, I've been watching The West Wing, so there's that too. I don't know why I enjoy that show. It's not my usual wheelhouse, but I enjoy it.
Yay, I can rent Ghostbusters Afterlife. Ha!
I could probably
Watch
do
it
a
later.
bunch of videos about like things that are the exception to my norms and yet which have embraced otherwise, because usually if something's outside my norm, I don't actually just ignore it or dislike it. I usually hate the hell out of it if it's outside, but when I find something that's outside of my usual and I don't know, it's weird, like I can embrace it even more passionately than something that is what I love. I don't really understand that mindset exactly. But it's part of me, so what can I do? It's like, okay, take for example the movie LA Story with Steve Martin. No one would
Okay.
peg that as a Kate movie, but it so totally is. I don't know.
Moo.
It's the right kind of weird for me, even though there's nothing like, no spaceships or elves or dragons or aliens or laser guns or anything, but it's still a very fun, funny movie. I don't know. I love the scene in the coffee shop where everyone's ordering these just weird, fucked up coffees because it's LA. And just to take the piss, he says, I'll have a double decaffeinated half calf with a twist of lemon. And then because it's LA and everyone thinks it's a new trend, everyone around the table starts requesting a twist of lemon with their coffee.
Okay.
But I mean, given that there's probably a lot of like dairy in coffee, do you really want to mix it with citrus?
Yeah, that might not work.
I mean, then again, people do make creamsicles, so what do I know? Do they make limesicles where it's basically a creamsicle but with lime instead of orange?
I don't think I've ever seen one.
Lime does not get enough love in this world. I have to say, in the like dessert world and the flavor world, it like you can find something that's standalone lemon, or you can find lemon lime, but try to find just lime and fuck you. That's you can't do it. It's so rare to find straight up lime without it being cut by lemon.
But at the local Squall Mart, gods, they've got limes everywhere. You can buy as many as you want and
Eric
squeeze them.
knows LA Story. Sorry,
Hmm.
go on.
Yeah, buy as many as you want and squeeze them yourself.
Limeade. Oh,
Well,
That
it's not the
sounds so
same
good.
though. I mean, like for years, probably decades, the green Skittle had been changed from lime to apple. Apparently, they're changing it back
Yeah.
now, which is great. But
yeah.
I'm just like lime doesn't get enough love in the flavor world, and it's not fair.
Mhm.
Well,
I like limeade. I like Coke with lime.
here's a recipe for
How do you feel
lime.
about Cuba Libres?
Cuba Libres. I have no clue.
That's so rum and Coke with lime in it.
Never had.
Ah, well, you should. It's good.
Here's a recipe for lime creamsicles.
Ooh.
Well, sure, a recipe. Do they sell them though?
Let's see.
I mean, because that's the thing is like, sure, I could probably make my own, but I'd really like to find them in a store, like, just straight up popsicle brand. You know the ones I'm talking about with the little logo and everything?
I
Yeah.
remember Popsicle Brand, yes.
I want that. Also, you know what I can't find anymore that I kind of want is pudding pops. I mean, the Bill Cosby Association aside, I kind of miss those.
See, I can find fruit bars, but I don't find creamsicles.
And I have to say, vanilla doesn't get enough love either. I love vanilla. But,
Lime creamsicle.
people have
Vapor
decided
Tots.
it's associated with being boring. What's wrong with all of you? I mean, these days when I say that something is boring, I don't say vanilla. I say white bread. If anything's going to be bland and boring, it's frickin' white bread.
Those are some weird looking fucking tennis shoes.
Moo?
They're called Lime Creamsicle Vapor Toss 4.0 sneakers.
All right.
Okay.
Hold on, let me see if I can share this. Okay. Nope, it's not going to let me show it. I don't think. Oh,
Oh, that's right. I was going to try to find limesicles if I could. I see here. Let's go to the shopping tab. Yeah, I'm finding a lot of like just lime popsicles, but no like lime creamsicles.
yeah. It's not showing.
It doesn't help. This is one of those ones where like there are so many other possible searches with very similar keywords that it's like good luck finding what you're looking for, because if it exists, it'll be in like this huge mass of everything else you're trying to avoid.
Give me just a second.
No.
No, I can't show.
Seeing a few key lime sodas, but no actual. Well, let's see. Maybe what happens if I type in good humor? I just get creamsicles. Ah, damn it.
Mhm.
Wonder what happens if I just lime and good humor. See what comes up. Oh, lots of like gummy stuff and soaps and crap. Never mind. I'm never gonna find. I have to make it myself if I want it. Apparently, it's so weird. That seems like an untapped market. Why is it just that like making lime stuff, or even like whatever artificial version of lime they make, is just too expensive? Is that it?
I don't know.
I
Don't know.
Okay, here's a question for you.
Mm.
Do sprinkles really add anything to ice cream at all, aside from a bit of texture? I've never really noticed them having much of a flavor. What's the point of them?
I don't think so.
I guess some people think they're pretty.
I guess, but
Other than more sugar.
like, you know those weird like silver metallic beads that you sometimes find on cake. No,
Yeah. Those are just hard sugar, basically.
except that they were actually made with real metal in them for a long time.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So, I mean, I haven't seen those in a while. They don't really seem to add much to the cake other than making it a little bit picturesque.
Mhm.
I don't know. I mean, like, don't get me wrong. If sprinkles are there, I'll have them, but I don't really see the point of them.
Mm.
I don't know. Maybe that's just me. I'd rather have, like, caramel sauce or something, you know? Hot butterscotch on my sundae, that kind of thing.
Now there's what I miss. I miss a good hot fudge sundae.
Ah, but see, I very specifically didn't mention fudge. Fudge is usually too heavy for me. It's like, I don't know. It like you can't sweeten dark chocolate enough for me. It's too bitter, too heavy. You know, that's why I very specifically said like caramel and butterscotch rather than fudge. You see?
Daj ukorostu.
Yeah.
I take it Tornado is enjoying something.
Something. I don't know what, but something.
I bet it was clown porn.
No, he hates clowns.
Um,
Oh, excuse me.
Three Stooges porn? I don't know.
Mm.
I've never really watched like when I was really little, I watched some Three Stooges and I was like, okay, so basically black and white Looney Tunes then, eh?
Yeah, really.
I mean, I didn't see the point of that either.
Mm.
Oh, well.
Do, 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 do.
I'm sure there was a time when I was very young that slapstick was funny. Now, I don't know.
Not so much.
I mean, I will say that like it's close to slapstick. For some reason, comedy that involves electrocution makes me laugh. I don't know why. Like someone, for whatever reason gets unexpectedly tased and they make that sound, for some reason that slays me every time. I don't know why.
Maybe because it's just the thought of somebody actually having that happen.
I don't know why. I did something like I know I've mentioned it before, that one episode of Mad About You where Paul thought he had an electric razor, but it was actually a stun gun, and he stuns himself and everyone walks over to him and they help him back up and he goes, "Why do I smell toast?" And for some reason that kills me. I don't know. So yeah, there's something about people being tased or like touching an electric fence or something that just makes me laugh. I don't know. There was an episode of The Big Bang Theory where Sheldon was really worried about getting robbed, and so he set up an electrified net, which he then accidentally triggered himself, and it fell on him, and he was like being electrocuted. And they're like, "Sheldon, are you okay?" He goes, "Yeah, but I'm no longer the master of my own bladder." It's just like, for some reason, electrocution humor is funny to me. I don't know.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, I guess there's no accounting for taste.
That's true. That's true.
I mean, some of you out there actually listen to country music. What's wrong with you?
Ugh. Yuck.
Oh man.
I don't know. I like covers of country songs in other genres, but when you start getting all that twangity twang crap going on. Although actually I did see a very amusing meme about country music the other day. They're like, with the rise of self-driving cars, it's not much longer before there's a country song about a trucker whose truck left him.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Wouldn't be surprising.
My baby done left me. Should turn on the GPS. I don't know. That artificial intelligence said, "I confess I can do better." I don't know. My truck done told me. I'm sure I could come up with it's kind of like, Weird Al has that song about the truck driving song, driving a truck, driving a big old truck, and as it goes further and further, it's clear that the driver's like cross-dressing or something.
Yeah, that one.
So yeah.
Oh,
Which, now that I think about it, is awfully similar to the Lumberjack song.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a lumberjack and I'm okay. That one? Monty Python?
Yep.
Right.
And my truck decided to leave me and told me I is full of poo and full of poo. And I don't know. You knew I had to work that one in there, right?
No, you did not. You had options.
I is really full of poo poo. Really, really full of poo poo.
Oh my god. Oh
my.
I do have a good enraged face, don't I?
Yes.
I'd make a damn good supervillain, I think.
Oh my. Yeah, I'm a bit. I don't know what I'm gonna have to do here. I don't know what it is. Is it the headset or is it the jack in the front panel? Because every now and then half of my headset just decides to quit working.
What do you do to fix it?
I screw around with the plug in the jack. I just wiggle it around a little bit.
It could be the headset.
Although, it's weird. This thing's Bluetooth. If I put it on and my phone is like here and then I turn my head like this, it loses connection.
Oh no.
If I turn my head away from the phone, all of a sudden I can't hear my music anymore.
Which side has the Bluetooth? The power button. And the charger.
This side.
I like the
right.
Left.
I know it's too.
So that's why. You're
It's
turning
too.
it too far away from the phone.
Well, one thing that's kind of interesting with these is it has all these gestures you can do on the right ear. Like it has a touchpad here. And if I want to
Right.
fast forward, rewind, volume down, volume up, or
Mhm.
take a call or end a call, that will also do play and pause for the music that's
Right.
on there. It's pretty handy. Also, I can barely hear you guys right now. I mean, I can a little bit, but only barely.
Right.
But if you put your hand up here and put your
Uh-huh.
whole palm on it, it activates an external mic so you can hear everything around you.
Oh, well, that's interesting.
These are awesome headphones. They were worth the 300 smackers I paid.
Whew.
The only thing is, not waterproof. Can't really
Oh,
wear them
my
outside in a thunderstorm. But other than that,
Yeah. I'll take my $30 earbuds, thank you.
Mm.
oh, I love that in the chat. Milli Vanilli just announced they're pulling someone else's music from Spotify. That's fucking brilliant.
Oh my god. I remember Milli
Where
Vanilli.
Diana probably has no idea who Milli Vanilli is.
I absolutely remember what happened.
All right,
It was
just doesn't look like you found
1989.
it as funny as it warranted.
It was the year I graduated from high school. I remember it because weren't they on like America's Got Talent or what was it at the time?
Oh, it might even have been still early enough for Solid Gold, for all I know. It might have been something on MTV though.
No, it was something like America's Got Talent.
Yeah, like Solid Gold.
I don't remember Solid Gold.
It was very much sort of that like, let's get some people on screen and see if they can. Like, it was weird. They even had a lip sync competition on Solid Gold of all things. It was crazy pants. But yeah,
Okay.
it was probably one of those well, hell, let's go to Wikipedia. Ah,
I think that's what they started at.
Milli Vanilli. Okay.
How did they get their
There
start?
we are. Here it is. Lip syncing backlashy thing.
Yeah.
MTV.
MTV, that's what it was.
I even remember the song. It was, eye is full of poo, moo, moo.
I'm looking and here it is. VH1's behind. No, it wasn't behind the music. Doesn't say which show, or if it does, I have to keep reading it.
Right. But I remember that they were popular.
Oh yeah,
And
insanely.
weren't they Jamaican? Or something like that. I can't
I
remember.
know it's possible.
But
Oh, it was just a live performance on MTV. That's all. It was
Okay, so it was
from
on
Theme
MTV
Park in
that day.
Connecticut, of all things.
right. But what it ended up happening was they were singing, and then they had some sort of technical issue, and people actually heard their voices, and they were horrible.
Actually, it wasn't that. What happened was there was a hard drive problem, and it kept playing the same lyric over and over and over, like it was skipping, and that was basically everyone went, "Hey, what the fuck?" Right?
Right.
It says it right here on Wikipedia. They're talking about it. Where it was? Let's see. As they performed, a hard drive issue caused the recording of the song "Girl, You Know It's True" to jam and skip, repeatedly playing the partial line "Girl, You Know It" through the speakers. I knew right then and there it was the beginning of the end for Milli Vanilli, recalled Pilatus of the incident. When my voice got stuck in the computer and it just kept repeating and repeating, I panicked. I didn't know what to do. I just ran off the stage. So, yeah.
Oh, okay. So they were out of Germany,
Well, I wouldn't know.
West Germany at the time.
But I know that song, that "Girl, You Know It's True," I hated it so much. I hated
don't
that
even
song.
remember the song.
It's not my kind of music at all. It really isn't. It was like proto hip hop, and I'm not into hip hop. Oh, Star Search. That's what
Star Search, yes.
Okay, yeah, it's been a while since I even thought of Star Search. Yeah. I remember though everyone made such a huge deal out of the Solid Gold Dancers. That's probably why it's stuck in my head. Like there was this whole big thing about the Solid Gold Dancers. It was almost like the Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders of like television music, I guess. Or the Rockettes, I suppose, like a pop culture version of the Rockettes. Almost said Roxette. Imagine that.
Now I remember why I thought they were Jamaican. It's because of their hairstyles.
They did have dreads.
Mm-hmm.
This Tiberad, yeah.
Actually, it's funny how many times a band has fooled me where I thought they were from one country, but they were actually from another just because they didn't have an accent when they were singing. Like, it was ages before I found out Def Leppard was British. I always thought they were from, like, California.
Mm.
You know? On the other hand, I listen to a lot of Irish drinking songs and rock and metal covers of Irish drinking songs, and oh my gosh, does the Irish accent come through when you're singing?
Hmm? Who?
Seriously, an Irish accent when sung is
Mm-hmm.
really obvious. But like
Oh,
someone from, say, London, for example, or maybe even Liverpool, singing a popular music song, you can't
Right.
tell.
No.
You really can't. But
Right.
wow, Ireland and also Scotland, that accent
Mhm.
comes through in song.
My Aunt Eileen was
Oh,
Irish.
come on.
What?
Come on, Eileen.
That's her name.
You're missing the reference. Come on, Eileen. Da, 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 da. Yeah, that
I've
song.
never heard that song.
Ah, okay.
But
Yes, Flogging Molly.
yeah, it was spelled Eileen, Eileen, and you could hear it in her speech when she talked. She did not have, and she lived in Pennsylvania, so most people assumed that it was partially a conglomeration of Pennsylvania Dutch and something else, but it was all Irish. It
Okay.
was amazing to listen to her when she talked. Just this lilt when she spoke.
Hmm. I
Yeah.
really do wish I had an accent that Americans found cool.
Mm.
I mean, because, like, nobody ever says, like, except for some random outlier, that any American accent is sexy.
Right.
Like, I've met one or two, like British folks who, for some reason, dig on a southern drawl or a twang or something.
Yeah.
But for the most part, you don't hear a lot of people going, oh, American accent, humana, humana, humana. It just doesn't happen. You know,
Right.
even though we have such a myriad, myriad accents to choose
Yes.
from,
Yeah.
we don't, yeah, it doesn't happen. And so I really wish I sounded like British, Scottish, Irish, or Australian. Any of those would do. You
Yeah.
know? And I suppose I could develop it over time as an affectation, but
What's the point?
well, because it does sound a bit on the sexy side, some of them.
Well, yes, but you know how much effort it would take to affect an accent that you used all the time.
It wouldn't take that much effort, actually. There are a lot of things that, like, I didn't always sound like this. I used to have a bit of a New England accent. And after 20 years in Seattle, I slowly started to pick up a lot of Seattle speech patterns. So, you know.
Honey.
Well, it's like everybody says that I have an accent, and I don't hear it.
No, I don't have an accent. You have an accent.
Well,
No, I
I don't really want to say that you have much of an accent at all. I suppose I could say there is something regional going on, but not much. Not enough to really notice unless you pointed it out.
Right. It's not as bad as it was when I was living in Pennsylvania.
I
then
was going to
moved
say I don't hear
Illinois.
Pennsylvania.
Not anymore. No, I had a year of speech therapy because they didn't like my accent.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Yeah. It was like, what does it fucking matter? So I said wash instead of wash.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
jeepers. Don't get me started.
You hear that all
Okay, here's
year.
one that drove me up the wall in Vermont. Oh, yeah, go park the car in the garage.
Mm-hmm.
In the garage. Like, there's another
Yep.
R in there.
I've not heard that one anywhere. Where were you hearing that one?
Vermont.
Okay.
What was one of the other ones? Wash the car. Oh, what's another one? Diana, you live in Pennsylvania. What's another one of the really thick?
Well, I know the Pittsburgh isms, like, when there's ice on the sidewalk, it's slippy.
Mm-hmm.
And then when you
I'm
would,
pretty sure we're not talking about like slang. We're talking about accents, sounds of
Yeah,
words.
I'm
rather
trying
than
to
things people say.
well, I'm trying to think of these things. Well, around here, I'm going Dan 10, and then I'm going to the
Yeah.
house.
Yep. Going to the house.
Oh, God.
Instead
Well,
of the house, it was house.
There are a couple of things in New England that honestly drive me a little batty. Like I know I can slur a little because we do in New England. Like mirror is one where I've actually had people get on my case for saying mirror, but people in Vermont will all the time say mirrors. You got to adjust your mirrors. You know,
That
look at the mirror.
I grew up
That's
hearing
another
that.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that's now.
Yes, tatayo pero sa dabaraya. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, I've heard it mirrors. You got to adjust your mirrors.
Oh, the fun one I remember now
Instead of
from
mirrors.
from Crystal Ridge, Harrisburg area, not Harrisburg, Crystal Ridge, Hazleton area. That stuff in your camera. Remember the old cameras?
Film.
And you had that strip of stuff in there?
Film.
The film.
Film.
Yeah.
Film.
Yeah, there's film. I've heard film.
Mm.
Hmm.
In Tamaqua, there were really thick German accents. There was a lot of, it's not yours, it's yours.
Johanna. Yeah.
And it wasn't deer, it was der. Because vi geht es Ihnen heute? Es geht mir gut. Und danke. Und der.
There are a couple of pronunciations of certain words that kind of make me want to smack someone whenever they say it. Okay, I'm sorry, it's pajamas, not pajamas. You can
Tayo
pajam
gorosto.
that straight up your ass. Another one, okay, it is not syrup, it's syrup, not syrup. Also, that thing on the top of your house, that's not a roof, it's a roof.
Right.
Not a roof. Oh, that drives me up the wall. I don't know
Yeah.
why. Like, that shouldn't make me as angry as it does, but it does.
And then there was a one I heard a lot when I was growing up. That thing on the top of the house there that comes out of the roof, and some smoke comes out of it. The chimney.
Oh.
Chimley? Oh my.
Yeah, that was
I've heard chimbly with a B in there. Chimbly.
okay. Yeah. And I think Ted Geisel even wrote that one into.
Oh, for crying out loud, just say Dr. Seuss. Jeez. What's wrong with you?
But it's not Dr. Seuss. It's Dr. Zeus.
Just say Dr.
That's the way the
Seuss. It's
family
whatever-
said
yeah,
it.
Yeah. Here's the deal.
Um,
Try harder to be understood rather than accurate, okay?
okay.
You understood me.
Yeah,
Dresser.
only because you said it over and over and over. If I heard it now, I wouldn't know who the fuck you meant.
Yeah. Another word was dresser. Was dresser.
I don't know that one.
It was dressor, basically. Instead of dresser, it was dressor.
Okay.
That's like when people talk about dressage.
Yeah.
People
Isn't that
say
with horses?
dressage. With
Hmm.
horses.
Okay.
I've heard somebody pronounce it as dressage. It's like, no, it's not. It's dressage.
No, it's dressage.
Well, here's one
I've
that
heard
I
that.
Here's one I find a little odd is like across the pond in either direction, actually, be it Australia or England, I hear people mispronouncing things all the time. when they have the way it's pronounced available to them. Like, here's one that I find where, like I saw some people debunking religion, and they were talking about something Kent Hovind had done, but for some reason they insist on calling him Kent Hovind. Never mind how many times he's said it himself, Hovind. Oh yeah, Kent Hovind.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
not-
yeah.
Then again, I kind of want to a little bit correct a lot of my American friends who don't quite realize her name is pronounced J.K. Rowling, not Rowling.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Just saying. You know, in fact, I've had some British people thank me for pronouncing it that way without prompting. You know, as much as they're like, yes, we don't like this woman, she's a jerk, but you pronounced her name correctly, thank you. You know,
Yes.
that kind of thing. So,
Well, it's like we don't pronounce it bowel, we pronounce it bowl.
well, that's because we already have bowel and it's spelled with an E.
Well, but that's what I'm saying. But J.K. Rowling
Hmm.
is spelled with the W.
On the other hand,
R-O-W-L.
we do have words like bow, though,
Mm-hmm.
And we do
Yeah.
have row.
Bow.
and I mean, like try to, I mean, find someone who doesn't speak English, sit them down in front of words like bow and how and crow and wow and all of those, and ask them to get them right on the first try.
Row.
Mm-hmm.
No, but it's
Personally.
row.
No. You're having a row with somebody.
Oh no,
Oh,
that is
really?
a row. That is a row.
I thought
When
that
you're
was a
arguing
row.
with someone, that's a row.
I've always heard it called row.
Mm.
Maybe it's a Pennsylvania thing in Tamaqua.
Oh well, yeah. Fuck J.K. Rowling, of course, but that's how her name
No,
is pronounced.
thank you.
But one thing I've noticed, and it seems like I'm the only one who's noticed this. British people love to default to "air" with an A, like an "air" sound, instead of "ah" or "a." It comes out "air." I don't know why. It's very
Like,
strange.
for example,
I'm trying to think of a good one. I think I'd have to, like, it's something that I've noticed, but I don't have a specific example in my head. I don't know.
well, that's
I'll
like some of
think
the.
of one.
They have so many different accents there too.
Yeah.
Regional dialect accents, like is it
Wait.
the Cockney accent, there where they
Yeah,
drop the
little
H's.
Liverpool, and then there's
Liverpool,
like the
yeah.
folks up north. What are they called? I forget. There's a word for it.
Gascony. No,
I don't
that's French.
But
Kent.
maybe. And of course, don't get me started on the Welsh accent.
Jayatoye.
But yeah, there's a bunch of like just little vowel differences I've noticed.
Like,
Plus, here's one that's
there's-
weird. Okay, if you were to make a biographical motion picture about somebody, and you were to abbreviate, biographical picture, how would you pronounce that?
Biography.
No. You take biographical and picture, stick them together, you got yourself a biopic, eh? But over in England, they love to call it a biopic. A biopic. It's a
That's-
biopic.
Yeah, it's two different words put together, not biopic. It's not
Yeah.
a single word.
Didn't make any sense at all. But that's, I don't know.
I think they're just trying to pronounce biography wrong.
Maybe.
Who knows?
Ooh, excuse me. Wow.
Mm.
Yeah. I don't know. I really should write some of this stuff down because it's weird. Whenever I mention some of these quirks of
Mhm.
pronunciation and language, people look at me like I just grew two heads and all of them have runny noses. And,
Oh
and
no,
it's
I
like,
get it.
and I'm just like, but you've never really noticed these things before? They're like, no. It's like whenever I point out to someone from Britain the way we handle plurals differently. Like if I were to say, like there's a new decision being made about some computer product, I would say, oh yeah, Microsoft has done this. meaning I'm referring to the company of Microsoft has collectively done this. But
Right.
over in England, they will say Microsoft
Have done, yes.
done this, which like I can sort of get it, but on the other hand, there's only one Microsoft. There may be a bunch of Microsoft employees. If you said Microsoft employees or the
Have
Microsoft management staff have done this, then I could see it. But when you say Microsoft, it's just the company. It's
Right.
not everybody in it. It's the organization, But
Right.
so it's an interesting. And why the hell am I wearing this? I'm not using the mouse right now. Now my arm's all sweaty.
Well, that's like the tenses for doing stuff. Has done, have to, has to. Like Bill has to do this. I have to do this.
Mm-hmm.
It's different when you're talking you versus someone else. And that confuses a lot of foreigners. They don't get the separation of personal and other. Oh, please.
One thing that I have been thinking about, I guess partly because I've been playing around with language so much, is when we portray somebody in like movies or TV as being primitive or uneducated, we tend to give them really shitty grammar. Which, now that I think about it, is actually very similar to the grammar of a lot of people who come from countries that don't speak English, where maybe they don't have like articles, for example. They don't have the, they don't have a or an kind of thing, or they don't have I. Like when I think of me, Tarzan, you, Jane, and then I think about like, say, Spanish, where they say like mi esposa, to mean me wife, my wife, and it sounds like they don't have a I, me, I did this. They don't have an I in their language. So like, I guess in a way, portraying characters that are primitive or uneducated as having bad grammar is kind of a little bit racist, maybe.
It is. And or even better, another example would be sentence structure.
On the other hand, when you think about sentence structure with people like Yoda, who's supposed to be super wise.
Right. But that's the thing is the difference in where the verbs and nouns go is different for each language.
There are many forms anyway, yeah.
Right. That's like Japanese doesn't necessarily follow the sentence structure of English. And that's why...
It does not.
I know it doesn't. It was really confusing learning Japanese because it's like, okay, this doesn't make sense. This is the word. It should be this way. And it's like, no, it goes this way because they have a specific way of saying certain words. And if you put it in a different spot, it means something entirely different.
I can't remember exactly how it went, but when I was learning like position relative to something else, like left and right and front and back and all of that, there was like this weird rule where it was like you say that I am looking at like me to the left or something. Like there was some weird funky way you had to point out where the direction was, or like you didn't say behind, you could only say in front of, or something. There was some weird funky rule, and I don't remember it now, but it was very counterintuitive. It was kind of like how like counting in French is fucked up, where it's like, okay, you've got 10 and then you've got 2 5s and 1, but then you have like double 6s and then you have 13, and it's like, what the fuck? So yeah, it was along those same lines where you just wouldn't expect like why is that? It's tangled,
Right. Well, that's like Japanese. Once you get to 10, then you add you go back to the beginning, ichi.
Well, you do Jui, Chu, Juni, it's 10-1,
Yeah.
10-2, 10, but it's not like that in French. In French, it's like 40 is 2 20s, but then like 41 is 41, but then, like 42 is
Right.
2 20s and 2 1s is how you say, or some fucked up shit like that. I don't know
Right.
exactly. But
Yeah.
Japanese at least is still pretty darn regular, or it's just 10 and
Right,
1,
but
10 and 2,
it's
10 and
you
3,
have
10 and 4,
yeah.
Yeah.
But
Well,
it
isn't
was
that what we do anyway? I mean, 21, 22, 23, 24, it's the same thing.
mhm.
I don't know
Right.
why we have 12 and 11 instead of 1 teen and 2 teen, but whatever.
No clue.
There's got to be an ancient root to that because that occurs in so many languages.
Prime, not prime.
I do like the number 12 for some reason. I always associated it like it's the number equivalent of Q. The letter Q is like
Right.
one of the most unusually, weirdly ruled letters there is in the language. Like it can be used in so many different ways, and it's not always paired with the letter U and all
Right.
that stuff. And it's just weirdly irregular. And then you look at 12, and it has a very odd name. It doesn't really quite fit. And it's just a little bit of the redheaded stepchild of the number world kind of thing going on, At least
Right.
as far as integers are concerned. I'm sure we could get into some weird irregular numbers, but I'm talking integers.
Right.
I wonder, like, with how fucked up counting is in French, how do they deal with numbers that aren't base 10?
I don't know.
One thing, there's like this meme that's going around Facebook for a while. I guess I saw it on Twitter too, about how there are certain things that we as English speakers just sort of intuitively know that can really throw people who are from like foreign countries. Like if we're describing something, the adjectives always come in a certain order. Like you can't say, oh yeah, that's a brown big bear. You say that's a big brown bear. And
Right.
it just sounds so unnatural to us to say a brown big bear. I guess it's because brown bears tend to be, if
Big.
not the same species, they're probably the same like branch of the bear tree
Well,
or whatever.
You've
I'm
got
saying tendencies.
right. You've got
And
like
so I guess when we say
brown
a
bear.
brown bear, we're probably thinking like, well, probably the same breed of bear is brown, and size is more likely to be variable.
Right, because you could have a small brown bear.
Yeah, or a medium
Or
brown bear, or an
medium brown
extra
bear.
medium brown bear,
An
so yeah.
extremely large brown bear. You're
So
not going to say a brown, extremely large bear. Unless,
Yeah.
well, you could, though. You saw a brown, extremely large bear. But that's not, that's
Right.
it's describing a color of the bear versus a black, extremely large bear. It's a
Well, most
descriptive
people would say
versus.
extremely large black bear, extremely large brown bear, usually.
Depends upon what kind of bear.
Not
Because you've got a
really.
grizzly bear and you've got a brown bear. They're two different types
Okay,
of bear.
if we're well, when I say brown, I'm talking lowercase b, literally the color.
Okay.
I am seeing a bear. That bear happens to be brown, and it's
Okay.
also large.
Okay. Yeah.
So I did not mean specifically the genetic, like taxonomic brown bear species thing going
Okay.
on. Yeah.
And it
But I mean,
confuses.
the point was though of the meme is just that there are certain things we inherently know as English speakers that can throw other people, and yeah.
Oh yeah. We had when I was in Japan, we had a Japanese lady who didn't speak good English. She was still learning. Her husband was American and he spoke fluent Japanese. And she was trying to explain something she had seen. And she kept going things like, well, this was a purple, extremely small, whatever. And we were like, you mean an extremely small purple flower? No. It was purple, extremely small flower.
Mm.
Or and she did this constantly, and we just had to learn to sit there and go, "Oh, okay, got it." We had to
I could
literally
s-
move.
I could see that biting someone in the ass.
Mhm.
There was like some terminology or some like I don't know. I mean, there might be something where the position of the adjective is very important. I can't think of a good
Right.
example, but it wouldn't shock me to discover that there was some way to fall into some trap that you didn't intend
Hmm.
because you got it wrong. Yeah, and I'm going to be right
Yeah.
back. I desperately need food.
Dorko tosti.
Oh.
It is the tosti.
Oh.
Oh, I do not knowing.
Mm.
I know that there was in the side chat some stuff
Oh
going.
God, is it that late already? Oh, jeez.
Yeah, it's half past the monkey's ass and quarter to his balls.
Mm-hmm.
But
Goodness.
oh my,
I
Gesta
am
Baligi.
seriously.
Yeah, you're talking about SOV and SVO and stuff like that.
Mhm.
I love German because,
Mhm.
like Russian, you can move stuff around everywhere.
Right.
You know, ich gehe nach Hause, and then gehe ich nach Hause means the same damn
Right.
thing.
Or you've got proper noun or proper and or formal and informal. That's a good way to put it.
yeah.
Wie geht es Ihnen heute? Instead of
Wie geht es dir?
yeah.
Yeah, with the familiar
Geht es
form.
dir heute ist wie geht es Ihnen heute? Es geht mir gut, danke. Und Ihnen or und dir.
Ja.
Mm-hmm. And basically, for those who don't know German, that's basically the difference between me saying, "How are you today, sir?" and "How are you today, dude?" For
Dude,
example.
dear,
I
something like that. Yeah,
Decided to have some berries for dinner.
Oh, yum,
Oh.
yum, yum.
What kind of berries?
Crunch berries.
Oh
Mm.
boy. No,
I
and
am
then be careful with the familiar form.
Yes.
Yeah, do not use the familiar form with somebody you barely know because
Right.
Huh.
it is taken
I mean-
as an insult because it's intended
Yes.
that way.
Yeah.
My familiar form is a small dragon that rides on my shoulder. I was really
Uh-huh.
hoping for a unicorn, but
Unicorns have hard hooves. It's a little painful.
well, it wasn't going to ride on my shoulder.
No, I don't know. If it's small enough, it might. Like Uni.
You know, I have that show on disc. I really should watch it at some point.
That's like I have both versions of the Thundercats on disc.
Oh no.
That was
The
one I
original
never got to
and-
see.
And the new
My parents
version.
didn't spring for cable, so I didn't have the right channel to watch Thundercats. I feel
Yeah.
like I missed out on the 80s experience quite a bit. They wouldn't get extended cable. I didn't have MTV in the 80s. What the fuck?
I didn't have it in the 80s. I had to watch it at friends' houses when we went to visit.
I didn't have cable at all until 1987
Yeah.
because I told Kate this already. Yeah, the president of Cleveland City Council wanted his pockets lined by whoever got the cable contract.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it took a hell of a long time.
Well, I think I am going to tuttle off to watch
Testa Betridi?
and then go to bed. I rented Ghostbusters Afterlife, so I'm going to watch it in my room on my TV because I got a Fire Stick finally. And I
Oh,
have
my.
it with the Amazon on it, and I can watch my Prime videos. So,
I didn't know that anybody rented films anymore.
well, Amazon Prime allows you to rent movies off the. Yeah, I got Ghostbusters Afterlife for $5.99.
Well,
Oh,
see how it
my.
says digital right there?
Mm-hmm.
I could probably watch this without the disc if I wanted to.
Right. Right, but I don't have the discs, so or the
Oh,
the
sure, but my point was that I could probably do what you're doing because I
Mhm.
have that.
Right, yes. But my TV in the back has we got rid of our cable boxes.
Hmm.
I got tired of paying the huge bill that I was getting, and they told me once they stopped the pandemic discount, my bill was going to go up to $210 for my TV, internet, and phone.
Well, for fuck's
Mm.
sake.
So I got rid of the cable boxes and dropped my bill by $115. So
I don't know.
it's-
I'm thinking it's just a racket with the
it is
the cable
because
stuff.
there's no way it's that expensive. I had it down. I had gotten rid of all of the Prime, anything other than the basic shows that they were doing, and I just couldn't cease paying $115 extra to watch 3 channels and be forced to have all those other channels. Now I can just go and do something like subscribe to Discovery, for example, Discovery Plus, pay $20 and have all those channels that are
Okay.
linked to it for one price instead of $115.
Well, and it doesn't help that every streaming service out there and every station out there now wants their own streaming service that you have
Yeah.
to pay for. It's going to be more expensive than cable to watch TV
Right.
anymore.
Then, of course, now Spectrum's doing for a year, I could do 60 plus channels streaming without the box for $20.
Well,
And I'm debating because I do like to be able to watch the news for the weather and stuff, but I couldn't see paying $115 for the channels I was getting. That
Oh,
I would
Jesus
watch on a
Christ.
regular basis.
$115, that's more than 10% of my income.
Yeah, I know. And it was ridiculous because, it is all going through the same modem, Yes,
Mm-hmm.
very cute. Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. And just, I couldn't see doing it. It's too expensive. And they keep wanting to raise my prices. It's like, okay, I started out at $169. The next year it went up to $179. Then it went to $195. Now you want me to go up to $210? That's as much as my electric bill.
Jeez, man.
And my electric bill's that high because I pay $50 extra a month for plans that cover sewer, water, or my sewer line, my water line, my water heater, my wiring, grounding, surge protection. I pay all these things. So if something should happen, they'll cover a certain amount of repair costs, like the grounding and surge protection. If I have a surge protection, which I do have, if we have a power outage and it ruins my computers, they'll pay up to $5,000 per computer to replace them.
Moof
With
beef.
Yeah, exactly. So it's worth it to me to have that plan. So normally my electric bill would be $150.
Jeez, even that's crazy.
Not for a 1,400 square foot house.
Yeah, I guess because I'm accustomed to the money here. I
Mhm.
mean, it's been around $50 a month for my electric bill.
Right. But that's covering two computers, all of my lights, which Tornado has a tendency to fall asleep with his light on. My water heater, my stove,
Well, same here.
out
Yeah.
of
my
curiosity,
electricity. Mhm.
Have you considered maybe replacing his lights with LEDs? They're like way cheaper to run.
I've thought about it, yeah.
Mm.
We just got him a ceiling fan that has a single light in it, I think, now. I'm trying to
Columbia,
remember.
that's my food bowl, and it's not for you.
So, I think it has an LED light in it. So,
Oh, Xander, don't chase your sister.
I've
You know
got
she
to
doesn't like it.
replace the ceiling fan in my bedroom. I've got a bearing going out, and once that happens, it's pretty much shot. So,
I have a ceiling fan over my bed. I'm always like, I know it's not like likely, but I'm always afraid it's gonna come off the ceiling and fall on me.
no, they have.
Well, I know, but I part of my brain still insists. Like, I'm not saying it's rational. I'm saying
Right.
that that's where my brain goes. Especially like if I turn it on and like I guess it starts up funky or something, it start like oscillating a little where it jiggles back and forth instead of just a fan going around. The whole thing is like, so I shut it down and make sure it starts in a more steady. But anyway, so yeah, it's always a little worrisome, but I do like it. It is handy. This is Southern California. There's times where it's very necessary.
Right.
So-
Try starting it on
Oh
slow.
no, I know exactly what to do. I'm just saying that sometimes I don't.
Yeah.
So that's why I restarted. And what are you doing, Xander? You cute little monstrosity. How are you, babe?
All right. I'm going to head off. It's late. I'm going to get some movie time in, and then I'm going to go to bed.
It's 2:45.
Oh, I
No one in
could
the place.
decide to start watching mine too. Although if I really wanted, I could also watch this.
What is that one? Cats from Outer Space?
The Cat from
Aw.
Outer Space. I remember watching it so like a friend of mine had, I don't know, HBO, Showtime, something like that, and this came on. And I remember watching it thinking, dude, that guy is Wilbur Post from Mr. Ed right there. Because like seriously, it's got the guy who played him in it. And I just remember it being one of those wild like I don't know, it was fun at the time. I was pretty young the last time I saw it though. I don't know. Yeah, I love the idea of a cat that can talk through a glowing necklace and a UFO that lands. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Mind you, it's also a Disney movie, so it's geared towards
Right.
people much younger than me. But so are a lot of the movies I like. In fact, I'd say most of them. Most of my movie collection is aimed at I don't know, young adults, even teens, preteens. I mean, hell, you remember I was talking about, we were talking about uni. Well,
Hold on.
D&D right here.
Yep. Yep.
And here's a copy of Jason and the Old Warriors. And gosh, well, you remember Big with Tom Hanks? Got me a copy of that.
Yeah.
Let's see. Caddyshack, Summer Rental, Parenthood, House Sitter, Wings, the TV show,
The Legend of Orin.
Oh, Star Chasers Legend of Orin. I love that movie
Yes.
so much.
I have that one.
That is the most blatant Star Wars ripoff
Yes.
I've ever seen.
Yes.
But that is the basis of its appeal. That's why it's good. I mean, now
Yes.
that I think about it, like, sure, if a movie's derivative, that's probably a good thing because I want more of what I already like.
Yeah, you
So-
know what I had at one time? Old movie, Rock and Rule.
I have had people recommend that to me, and I cannot find it.
Find it. Yeah.
I can't find. No, wait a minute. I forget because they recommended heavy metal and rock and
Rock and
roll at the
roll.
same time, and
Right.
there was one of them I couldn't find, and the other one I could, and I forget which was which. But I went digging for both of them and had a hard time with it.
Okay, you can get it from Amazon.
Then let me check my wish list because maybe I did put that on there. Then
From Amazon Prime Video, 1999 to buy.
really,
And- Yep. It's got Don Franks, Sam Langevin,
okay.
Paul Lamont, Susan Roman.
Oh.
It also has,
Well, I know
believe it or
Paul
not,
Lamont.
David Bowie in it.
Oh, I mean, so does Labyrinth and The Man Who Fell to Earth. Or no, not, wait, is it The Man Who Fell? Yes, because the other one that I'm thinking of is either Starman or Brother from Another Planet. Yes, it was The Man Who Fell to Earth that he was in. Actually, I guess Heavy Metal is the one I was able to find on disc because there it is on my wish list.
Yeah, well, they have
I think maybe
it.
the problem I had with Rock and Rule was I couldn't find it in a format I could keep.
You can buy it on Prime Video.
Yes, but I mean, I don't have a physical copy.
Yeah.
But that's not available.
Mm-hmm. I wonder if you could find it on disc.
But anyway,
I don't know that they make it.
what
DVD.
the fuck am I saying?
Oh, you
Scooby-Doo
can.
and Kiss.
Okay, you can get Rock and Roll on DVD.
From
eBid
seriously, Scooby-Doo
for
and
$20.
Kiss.
Scooby-Doo and Kiss?
Look.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
You know, part of me wants to watch it.
Mhm. Yeah.
Wow. All right.
But yeah, I just Googled Rock and Roll DVD.
Okay. Well,
And
you can't get it on the Amazons, apparently.
you can also get it off of, I think.
Oh, here's
eBay.
a question, though. The one that you found, was it used?
That's what I'm looking at. Let me see. Yeah, nice mid-grade. No, you don't want that one.
No.
Off of eBay. Let me see this other one. Let's see, condition new.
Oh, right on. How much?
$19.
Could be worse.
Let
Wait
me-
a minute. Where did you
hold on.
see this on Amazon?
Under Prime Video.
And you said it was how much when you got it?
You can get it for $19.99.
Okay, so it is the same one. For some reason, I
Yeah.
thought you had said something else. All right.
Mm-mm. No.
Oh, that's what I thought. When you said 1999, I thought you were saying the date it was made,
No.
which
But
was actually 83. That's why I was confused. Okay.
right.
All right,
Okay.
all right.
Here. Chat Kate.
But Paul Lamont, I know him from, I want to
Here.
say American Graffiti.
That's where I saw the one for $19 new for the actual
Alright.
DVD
All
in
right.
internal chat.
Yeah, I see it. I'm copy pasting it into another browser window right now.
They only have 4 left.
Hmm. Interesting.
Hmm.
Well, anyway, so yeah.
So
I
I found it for you.
I love how blatant it is. Like you know when like Luke and Obi-Wan are going to Mos Eisley, and he says Mos Eisley spaceport.
Right.
You'll never find. Why am I blanking? You'll never find a greater hive of scum and villainy. In this one, they say, "Kid, welcome to Toga Togo, the thickest den of thieves this side of Bortagon." Right.
Yeah.
And when I saw that, I
Mhm.
was like, I mean, hell, look at the dude. He's got a sword, for crying out loud.
Yes.
And it glows. I mean, this is
Yeah.
beyond derivative, but I love the hell out of it, and I think that's why.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see where I know Paul Lamont from somewhere else, but I'm pretty sure American Graffiti, unless I'm thinking of someone else. Oh, it says American Graffiti. Where else do I know him from?
Oh, this one even says brand new and sealed. Free shipping 3 to 4 business days.
Huh.
Includes tracking and delivery confirmation. Thanks for looking. So.
Wow, he was in Strange Invaders? I need to get my hands on that again. It's been a while. I guess it's only those two because I don't see anything else he was in that really would have made me remember his name. I guess it was primarily American Graffiti. I don't know. It's kind of funny to look at someone who was like fairly famous a long ass time ago, and then you look at their more recent roles, and it's like Man at Lunch Counter, and it's like, oh, dude, what happened to you? I'm so sorry. You know?
Yeah.
Oh, but yeah. So I think when I watch Ghostbusters Afterlife, I'm going to do something I've been doing for a while. I do need to get a couch again. I've been sacking out on the floor there because I got this huge screen up there, right? And like, you know, it's easier actually for the cats to sack out with me if I'm on the floor rather than on the chair. So.
Well, I don't know. Maybe you could get a sleeping bag. Would that work?
Well, I get a blanket, but point being that you know, it's better than being in the chair.
Because, you know, you got rid of the couch because you didn't have enough room to
Play VR.
play. Yeah.
Yep. But I haven't, like, my VR machine has been broken for a while, which kind of stinks. But also, I don't know. Since the pandemic, I haven't had room for it. So I don't know. Maybe I should take that machine and convert it into a render farm machine instead.
No clue.
Well, the machine itself does seem to be weirdly broken, though. Like, it'll start, but there's no beep at the beginning to say that it's actually starting up the system. It just, you press the power is clearly on, the fans are whirring, but the hamster ain't in the wheel. You know?
That's your VR machine? That's weird.
Yeah. Well, I don't know what happened. For all I know, like one of the cats got at it at some point, but whatever the reason, the VR machine doesn't work properly. I need to get it repaired.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
Sounds terrible.
But some of that is, moolah.
Yes. I can understand that. All right. I'm going to bed, guys. Good night.
All right. Well, night, honey. Good to see you again. I thought you had gone into an alternate dimension or something.
No, I think I was suffering, not depression, just, the blahs, basically. Didn't want to talk to anybody, didn't want to be on anywhere.
Blah, blah.
I haven't even been on movie night for almost 3 or 4 weeks, so.
Yeah, the last couple of weeks have been a little bit like last time it was me and 2 other people except for, Cy Strikeling.
Right.
So, yeah, it was pretty lackluster last week.
Oh, no.
We need more people. We really do.
I will try to be back this week. Saturday morning. It depends. With the repair, they're supposed to be here between 9 and 10 on Saturday. And it's going to take 4 or 5 hours to do the repair. It's like, do I really want to be on movie night the night before a big house repair? Will I be able to get up on time?
Well, if you move into a littler house, then it won't be a big house repair and you can stay up all night.
I wish that would work, but no, it doesn't work that way. But thankfully, the $990 is already paid. And they said, the technician was like, Mike, he's like, they shouldn't have let you pay the full amount.
What the hell are you reading? Stop that.
Because now they can't charge me if they go overtime. They can't charge me extra because it already says I paid in full. So,
I don't know what this is, but Xander was trying to eat it.
Looks like grass or hay. Is it hard?
it's slimy, but it does feel biological. It feels like it's made out of something tree or grass related.
Is it possible it came in on your shoe?
Unlikely. It's more likely it's something that I brought. Like for all I know, it's part of a shredded toothpick.
You know what you could buy if he's chewing on stuff? Go to chewy.com.
He's not chewing on stuff. He was chewing on one thing that I couldn't identify. For the most part, he only chews on kitty toys that deserve to be chewed. It was this particular moment where I was like, "What the hell are you doing there, buddy? It doesn't look like you have something you should have hold of."
There's always chewy.com is good for toys, cat food, and kitty grasses that are good for cats that you can grow.
Do still have some, kitty weed.
Yeah.
Some catnip. Oh, hey, Xander sees it. He knows what's up. Come on, buddy.
Yeah.
Come on up here.
Thank you for reminding me. I really do need to plant some wheat.
That is pungent. I don't know. Does this go bad? Like, I've had this can of catnip for a while. Does it go bad?
Eventually,
it'll
goes
lose
stale.
its scent. It goes stale, but it'll get stronger beforehand.
Okay.
So.
Xander, what are you? Oh.
Oh no.
I don't know. He's meowing at me. Oh, he's smelling the catnip. Are you getting high, buddy?
Oh, he probably will be very shortly. Looks like Columbia's smelling it too.
Some cats are not. Where's Columbia?
I thought. Oh, it might have just been.
It might be one of my socks.
Oh, okay. I just thought I saw her tail go by.
No, I don't think so. Oh yeah, Xander's rolling around on the ground. He didn't used to be affected by catnip. Apparently, you have to be an adult kitty to be affected, but he's rolling around on the ground. Oh, aren't you cute?
All right, ladies. I will see you later. Take care.
Well, have fun.
Yeah. Oh, loads. I'm going to go, and I'm going to go to watch my movie and fall asleep probably watching it. Wouldn't be the first time lately, so. All right. Bye, guys.
Take care, honey. Be good.
Yep, I will. I'll see you probably Sunday.
Have fun.
Oh, loads.
Dayo Korostu.
Oh.
Oh, look at the little guy going all nuts, getting high. Oh. Kitty's a stoner just like Mommy.
I don't know. Some people's kittinesses.
Oh. So I don't know exactly how to define it exactly, but Xander's jaw is shaped differently from most of the cats I've had, and it gives him a kind of like jungle cat look. But also, if he ever decides to get really serious about something, it also looks like he's really grouchy about it. Anyway, I do think I'm also going to go. I want to watch my movie as well. So
it's about
we should
time.
probably have a proper dinner, not just crunch berries.
Aw, but crunch berries are so good, and they're good
I said
for
not
you.
just crunch berries, you see. I will still have the crunch berries. In fact, you watch me eat them. But
Yes.
I'll have something else as well.
Okay, then. Crunch berries and sour cream.
No.
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 Crunch berries and beef balls. I don't know.
Oh, what was it? Did you ever see the movie Top Secret?
Take a guess.
It's one of those sort of like Abrams Zucker type movies, or Abrams Zucker, whatever it is, with like in the same vein as Airplane.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Right? And it takes place in like World War II Germany. And at one point, Nick Rivers, the American character played by Val Kilmer, is like at a restaurant with a friend of his, and he doesn't speak the language. So he says, "Oh, just order me something you think I'll like." And at one point, like they come by with this tray full of like skewered meatballs, which they light on fire, and they say something like Schweinspheren or something like that, where it's supposed to be pseudo-German for hog balls, flaming hog balls, right? So yeah, it's kind of like Rocky Mountain oysters, but probably more like Alabama mud pit oysters.
Oh man, the kind of stuff I would just dig into.
Yeah, well, you'll eat freaking anything. You'd probably eat this bowl if you had to.
I may get to that point. I don't know. We'll see what happens.
Oh, who's my widow Zandy Poo?
Start going back downtown to that meat cutter that I really like down there. It's called Strip District Meats.
Yeah, I don't think you're going there though. You can't go downtown. You have to go downtown.
Yeah, there you go. And no, they've got some really great stuff. All kinds of strange stuff. I mean, you can get emu, you can get alligator, you can get.
Oh, you've mentioned this place before.
Yeah, it's great. I love the place. I really do.
Well, but for now, I really do think I gotta go and watch.
Okay. So
All right,
you be
so
good.
I'll catch you snoo day. Sorry, Sunday.
Yay, Sunday. And then to everyone out there, I will say, I want to thank everybody who's here. I want to thank everybody who's not here. You guys keep me going. You really do. And as long as you keep liking this stuff and as long as I'm alive to do it, I'll keep doing it. So I hope we come to an agreement that way. And okay, thanks a lot, troops. See you on the other side.